welcome. I'm your not so humble game master, TJ, and this is Dice of Ages presenting CrestVahllen, the Baker's Dozen. Yay! These are our wayward and weary surgical assistants and surgeons. So everybody say hi, all you surgical assistants and assistants.
Hi, all you surgical
assistants.
Surgeons.
Then surgeons. Okay, maybe I should have picked something else. Anyway, you guys, so big stuff happened. We'll do a little recap in a moment, but you guys did level up to level 9. We'll be talking a little bit more about some hit dice and like some new spells that we're getting from some ancillary information, like from Deep Magic, Cobalt Press, and a couple other things. Thank you guys from Cobalt Press. We're starting to put some really cool new custom stuff in there and a couple other cool new mechanics that we've made, so keep an eye out and listen up for some of those cool things that hopefully will be able to be made available to the public perhaps sometime soon because we hit the con circuit. So stay tuned for that, and always help if you can support us on Patreon. That helps all that, and if you do, you can see us talk about more of these spells and your level ups and the hit dice on Gluten Talk. Gluten Talk. But that's all for right now. So we are going to get into a little bit of the recap, because let's just go right into it, because a lot of stuff happened and it was super, super heavy, and I cried a ton. And there's a lot of poetry, and every time I read the mantra again, I cry. I tried to like read it to myself just nonchalantly as I was making the recap, and I was like at the very last couple lines, I'm like I couldn't help it. I was crying.
Do we have one question for
our
right. Quiz?
For World Inspiration Quizzes,
for this week, if you will?
Ooh. Yeah, we just talked about a bunch of stuff off camera. Okay. What was the name of the dissident that Boss Madoka's half-orc / orc. What was? Well, actually, I have two questions for you.
Koshesh.
Yes. That.
Hold on. What was the name of Boss Madoka's like right-hand orc / half-orc? That was silent. That didn't just went like.
It's either Una or Duna.
Yeah.
Una or Duna. Yeah. Okay. Okay, Cam, I'll give you that one. Yeah, because remember she had a sister, but you never met her sister. It was
we met both
they
of
were
them.
Gone.
No,
oh
we
no,
did
you did,
both.
but you didn't meet them at the same time.
No.
Right. Yeah.
No, we did.
Because
we did.
Did you?
We were guarding when a scoop went up to. Actually, no, I think we all.
It was the
went
first
up at
time you
once.
met Boss Madoka, wasn't it? Or
yes,
I think
because they were
yeah,
on either side.
It was when we were meeting Nakano.
right when she washed up on the shore. From the red line sent to get shipped.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah. Okay. So that's one. Cam, you can have that one. What was the one now? What person? What was the name of the person, the dissident that fled Saivesh after shit started to go awry when you were dealing with the ship stuck in the canal? What was the name of them that fled to try to get more support? They were also the same individual that almost started that kind of started that fight in like your first session before Koshesh broke it up. I'll give you bonus points if you can tell me if it was Una or Duna that went after them.
Una went after them.
Fuck, I think you're right. God damn.
You're right too.
Because we have Duna, I think. I think Duna stayed left.
She fought with you at one point with this in the Sutamabura, if I remember.
I think we tried to hire Duna, but she said no because our persuasion was pretty shit. It was either the halfling or the core that went away.
Well, they were.
I don't know the
really
names.
Come up with a name for them. Oh, no, we do have a name for them, don't we?
We do.
We do have a name for them. Our,
They are... 1 second, please.
the
Tananawi.
The Tananawi. The
Tananawi.
Tananawi are the Blanche, very light, almost white white-ish blanche complexion mother pearl with like the black markings on their faces that live on cave dwellings, and they're like, and some of them have been blessed with shape changing and like kind of like changeling abilities.
Like the Seeker.
So like the Seeker, which is like embodied immensely, like that's the pinnacle of those type of abilities is like the Seeker, and because they change their shape so much, their organs change, and therefore like free radicals and stuff, so they can live super long. But yeah, it was yes. If you could tell me which one went after that person, and what that person's name was, that dissident.
I just switched notebooks.
I do have it up.
Let me open up the Excel.
Wait, it's in there?
Possibly.
Okay. Maybe.
Raku?
Raku was the name of the dissident.
Yes.
That's true. That was one of the names of the Tanan. That was the name of the Tananawi that created the dissident, that would create all the riots, and then left to go to. I'll give you. No, you already know because I told. That went to Ongolama to try to gather more support. That's correct. So Kim, go ahead and take your second one. Bonus points if you can tell me which one, if it was Una or Duna, because I'm not looking now and I'm trying to figure out which one it was.
Yeah, because I feel like we kept talking to
think
Duna
that's
a lot
right.
afterwards, and Uno just was not there.
I think that's like right before you left, and like got hit by that, and like went underwater and went to like where Mindy's was. After going to refit and repairs, yeah, I think you're right. I think it was Una that went to go find. To go find Raku, I believe so. And this happened after Shylong descended into madness. Forms of spyglass, and like you guys got a spyglass, if you guys remember. Dr. Donk.
Did
Ooh. I don't remember that.
Oh yeah.
Dr. Dog. Is it the under the water?
That was
Yeah,
that was
the-
the
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
underwater
yeah.
mining facility.
Ugh.
Yeah.
mining facility.
Oil rig thing.
Yep. Here we go. Remember who gave you the Duna gave you the bandolier of granudas, if you guys
Mhm.
remember. Yeah.
Like I
We
used
used to
those.
set off
Right.
the. Yeah, we used to.
Mm-hmm.
With the recently discovered technology
Mm-hmm.
from the Protectorate.
Okay, cool. So, I guess that's 3 points to Cam. Well done, guys.
Good,
Nice.
good job, Cam.
Yeah.
Big,
Early
Nice
game
job.
rememberer.
Yeah.
yeah.
Nice job. Okay, cool. So, what I'll say then is, does anybody have any challenges for me before we start
I got
to
one.
try to get some more? You got one?
hmm What were our stage names?
Oh shit, motherfucker! From Sivesh, right?
Yeah.
All right, I get 30 seconds,
Oh yeah,
right?
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I remember at least two of ours.
It wasn't Zonkor, it was in Sivesh.
Yeah.
I get 30 seconds, right? Okay.
I only remember.
Yeah.
Tell me when you're starting the timer.
Wait, and I also
Uh,
remember yours.
timer 30.
Is you...
Yeah. Wow.
Oh shit!
good.
I'm
Let
glad
me know
you-
when you started.
This is just
He did.
okay. We started. It's just a rough 30-second
Jesus.
timer. You got some wiggle room there.
I guess I know Tammy's too.
I know Nakano's. I know mine.
Oh, I think I know yours. It's yeah, I know it.
Yeah.
You have to get Phoenixes too. I got them all.
Mm.
Oh fuck. Okay, that's a
Gotta
lot.
catch
Hold
'em
on.
all.
Did it hurt to have one?
This is where like Bicam, right?
If you don't get it, I
Yeah.
will get it for you for double.
Oh!
Oh, shit.
Snap!
Oh
That
yeah.
was like a second little like.
All right. Well, then I need a minute. Jesus Christ.
You know, like
There's so much
Yeesh.
here. They flee into the jungle. Days.
It's already
of
been
outside
a minute.
Okay. This is too far. As the Baker's attempts to find Major Domo for the new estate. Yeah. Okay, I
Alright.
do remember that Nakano's was the mistress of some type, or Madam something. Fucking goddamn it! I have it in my notes. I just can't fucking find it.
Madam Crane. Correct.
Really
Madam
close.
Crane.
Really close.
Really?
Really
It
close.
was close to that. It was Madam, though.
Mm.
I don't have my. I literally just transferred binders, so the sisters would be together.
Okay, I think I do have
Nice.
it, but I think I'm out of time.
Yeah,
The barrel monkeys. You pick up some
that's too. far.
Yeah. Okay, I do have it. This is like before you met Ahmad Bahati.
Mm.
What you were reading, yes.
Yeah.
The time that we're talking about is.
I know it's
after.
when you did the whole
Met
performance out in like the quad.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and you
'cause
got
we were
ale.
awesome.
And you did like
Yeah.
a circus thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shamo Velumstack was the guy of like the library that was there. Or, like,
Yeah, that,
Yeah,
where you made the deal so that you could.
yeah,
you know,
your
sell
publishing
your
deal. Yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah.
romance novel type based off of your life or something.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Like,
Holy crap! Blasts from the past. Yeah. Okay. I don't remember. Go ahead. Yeah, Nakano. If you can name them, I will give you. If you can name them all correctly, I
There's
will
5.
give you 2. If you can name them all 5 of them correctly, I will give you 2 world inspirations.
So I was Madam Kane.
a
Madam
cane.
Kane. Yes.
Crap.
And
All right.
Tammy was Tammy Tesla.
Tesla
Yes.
Tammy, but I feel like that's close
A
enough.
scoop.
Yeah.
You were the beast, right?
Of course.
Yep.
Of
The
course.
Beast of Shylon,
Dr.
I
Jekyll.
forgot about
Yeah.
that.
yeah.
Birds of Paradise is Phoenix.
Yo.
Yo.
Yo, goddamn.
Give a round of
So
applause.
technically,
Wow.
I'm not gonna dock you for this, but technically, what I have is Madam Kane the Mystic.
No,
Oh,
no,
that.
What?
no. She went by
No,
Madam
fuck no,
Kane
you're
the
good,
rest
you're
of the
good, you're
time.
good.
You know,
You're
like
good.
that's
Yeah, Madam Kane the Mystic, Tammy Tesla, Bird of Paradise, Dr. Jackal, and the Beast. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nicely done. Good job. Look at you taking good notes. Congratulations.
That'd be
just
like if
having
you're
an
like,
excellent memory.
his name's
I
not
remember
Prince.
that
His name is
scene
the
very
artist
well.
formerly known as Prince.
Well, technically, that is a real thing, though. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it was fucking Prince.
But colloquially, yeah, you could. Yeah.
Yeah, it was
All right,
Prince.
but that was amazing. Good job. Go ahead and take 2 world inspirations.
Yay.
Angela. Nicely done.
That was awesome.
That was really, that was fucking dope as shit. Anybody have any challenges?
I
before we
mean,
move on?
I feel like we shouldn't after that.
If you have one, do
like,
one. I mean, you
I-
might need it.
I don't, and I don't have any world inspirations, but
Okay.
you know,
Do I get an
it's just-
inspo for that for giving you that?
Do you have a world inspiration before?
I think I have one left.
I have.
Hold on.
Yeah, I have one.
Yeah, why don't you guys take a minute to come up with that? I'll be right back. I just gotta
Take care of some business.
Yep. Take care of some business. Go ahead.
What are we coming up with?
What are we coming up with?
What's
I
our
was just
task?
gonna ask you.
That's okay. I think just coming up with the question. It's
Oh.
that we're gonna ask.
I got an inspiration, right? Because couldn't name the people.
I feel like you probably would have, but I'm also not the.
Oh no, we gave
GM.
them both to
Yeah. Well, but.
Nakano for being able to name them.
Yeah, but I think that might have. I think this
What's-
is
I'm sorry.
a question for TJ. If you also get a stump point, basically, if you will. But
Stump
Nakano
point.
got all 5 and took it.
Yeah, that
took
was
it away from
awesome.
TJ, because that was awesome. I'm so mad that it wasn't Madam Crane. It was Madam Kane. So
Yeah.
close.
So close.
Dang it.
I thought you had it.
I know. I was
Yeah,
like,
it was
"Ugh,"
close.
I felt
I was-
really. It's okay, but you had all 5, so I didn't remember. Surprisingly, like the Beast. I feel like that should have been pretty easy to remember.
I
though.
forgot about that. It's been such a while.
I
I
can't
do
believe you
remember
remembered Tesla Tammy. That's such a stupid name.
But your shocking personality, I guess, right?
Yeah. Right.
You were like kind of the ringmaster.
Hmm.
I also do remember a scoop like basically frightening the entire crowd to pay the fuck attention, basically.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Wait,
At the
what?
beginning. And that's why you were
Oh,
the
when it
beast.
turned to ghost.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. People thought ghosts were real. You made people think that ghosts are real.
They are.
They
Oh
are.
yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Didn't we like use a ghost? Didn't we use Sir
Yes.
Trellius too somehow? I forget. What did we do with him?
No, he's
He-
still somewhere.
He hung out in your stylophone for quite a bit, right?
He's still probably there. We just never got him out.
No, he left. I feel like didn't he like move on?
Nope.
We
He's
should
still
talk
hanging
to
there, huh?
him. We
See
should
what he's
talk
up to.
him.
No, I've been always trying to talk to him, but always goes down south.
What does that
Yeah.
mean? If the stylophone's in your pocket, like, what does that... What do you mean? Oh, you mean it goes... Okay, sorry.
I think it usually devolves into like racist slurs and stuff, right?
That makes sense, because he's a couple hundred years old or whatever, and he's different time.
Oh, hi.
Well,
Ramsey.
he is
Okay.
racist.
Okay, buddy. Okay,
Yeah,
sure.
He's out of his time.
definitely.
As told by you, or you as in Noel or Sean.
No, I mean, he's definitely out of his time, regardless of... I think
Yeah.
the characters would have been also... They're at least savvy enough to realize that some of the things that he was saying were, like, not lining up with current day thoughts, so...
All right, cool. So, right.
One question that came up.
Sure.
So, did Nakano take both world inspirations, or did Tammy still get one because he asked the question in the first place? Or is it both?
Nakano, or I'm sorry, well, Angela
Yeah,
said, I'm going to double
characters.
nothing you if I can answer. Do I get two? And so, I mean, I think it's like if Angela, if you want to give one of your two to Sean, you can.
No, that's okay. She deserved that. That was crazy.
Yeah.
You can guys, if you like, the way I work with world inspiration too is like,
Yeah.
same thing.
Yeah.
Of like, if you are like in the area or like witnessing the thing that's happening, and you want to help and you want to give them one to like re-roll something, you can. Like that's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You can also like during certain situations, you can like give it to somebody else, especially when I say so. You can do the thing. Yeah, I don't have a
Yeah.
problem with that at all.
Yeah. No, Angela was a smart cookie on that one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for real.
For sure.
Fantastic. All right, so let's get right into what happened last time, shall we, guys?
Yeah.
We'll just do it. We'll do a real quick, just like kind of overview of what happened, and then we will get into it. If I can, there we are. So it was, if I remember correctly, it was the evening of. It was very, very late on the evening of the 42nd of High Lock when you began surgery. You slipped her into an opium coma ish, and she's like you started chanting a poetic mantra or some sort of line of something that apparently seems to be like a poem or a mantra that's for the family, which is why Tamara was able to recognize it one after he came through, and so like a bunch of other family members know it. It's kind of like their family creed, as it were, something they would say to them as you go to sleep and everything. But anyway. You guys begin surgery. There's this hermetically sealed webs, surgical theater. Tamara and Nofred are outside smoking cigars, looking at the stars, trying to not realize what's going on. You quickly realize that Mima is going to need blood transfusions because of what it is that you're doing, and it's a very impromptu surgical theater. It's hard to stop a lot of blood loss. And then you realize that her blood type is a very rare blood type, and because you have a very lucky Ibkest, a very lucky Nakano, a very lucky Death Warden on your team, you figure out that hers is one of the only other person like in the world that could possibly be able to be a match and donate to her.
So crazy.
So
Yeah.
Nakano hooks up and you hook up with some like surgical tubing from the masks, some transfusion stuff, and then you borrow some knowledge from your sister over the space-time wibbly-wobbly well-wall continuum bullshit, and are able to fabricate and help transform some other blood while it goes into her to use her as some sort of like transformer, like an AC/DC transformer like alternate current, direct current,
I was thinking the
voltage
band, but,
transformer.
that's
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, I know. But for blood, and to use it so like because you guys hook all each other up because you realize how much blood you're going to need. But because of that, y'all start to get woozy, and some of you start to drop like flies. And Tamarin has to roll in, like combat roll in, slap people awake, and then combat roll out, so he's not in contaminating anything. Yeah, so that's what happens there. There is a point where she does wake up during surgery and she begins thrashing in immense pain, but she gets pinned down. Tammy like pins her down. There's still some tapping music going on with the scoop and the stylophone and his foot tapping.
I mean, you've got to have good music. While
Yeah.
you're doing surgery. It's
There's
just,
there's orange juice, smelly sludge like that work as smelling salts from the kitchen. There people pinning people down while they're like, "No, I'm the captain of my soul. I'm the master of my fate." And eventually, you are able to get the lungs in, get the diaphragm in, do the last sutures before all of the surgeons and surgical assistants pass out from woozy blood loss, and just exhaustion. And the last words of the poem utter from Nofret's lip as he comes into the room and says, "I am the captain of my soul." Tammy checks his mom to see if she's alive, and she doesn't seem to have a pulse, but then he feels all like the latent kind of like charged energy in the area and uses his what was a curse and is now a gift power to shock and defibrillate her to life. She gasps as he exhales a sigh of relief, and Tammy and his father begin going around and just kind of dissociatingly pick up and clean up the house. While that's happening, a Scoop has a dream of like a type of like abyssal or abyss-like interloper, something familiar like that was trying to take over his body before. And he's like, "No, my will's too strong. No more. I don't have time for you. I've dealt with worse." And he's like, "Fuck off." Nakano has a similar type of dream, but it's about her little planetoid, and this abyss and tendrily like ichor type of stuff comes into her mind, and the orb protects her and gets pierced by a tendril, sacrificing itself in order to protect her, and then dissolves. And just the only last words they have are to go like, "Please be what I could not." She wakes in the early morning after Tammy and his dad fell asleep in each other's arms, kind of like laughing and sobbing, and just from exhaustion near the coat tree and the front door. Nakano still feels a little bit numb in her limbs, that same kind of feeling she got when she was at Big Boba's floating tower area when she woke up there. So similar feeling. But she's able to hobble her way into the kitchen and notices Mima up from surgery that she had last night, walking around making a feast for breakfast. And Nakano slaps awake the two other members of the Grounder family and is like, "You should see your mom," and sees her going like, "Oh, you're finally awake." And that's where we're going to come right back in. This robust, staunch, sturdy, don't fucking mess with me, I don't have time for that, ain't nobody got time for that woman, is not having the fact that she should be on bed rest after the most invasive surgery. Like, organs were resected. Like, it's insane that she's walking up right now. I mean, granted, magic, but like, fuck. She is not to be messed with. So y'all see this.
well,
Go
but
ahead. Yeah.
everybody except I thought a Scoop got woken up last time too. I'm definitely still asleep. I know that much. but I don't know if
I don't have that in my notes, but yeah, it's fine. Yeah, I think like everybody slowly woke up, but I think Macheni is still out. Yeah.
Ma, what are you doing? Get out of the kitchen. Go lay down. You have new lungs. You can't just be walking around doing stuff.
Exactly. I got new lungs. I can smell all that beautiful bacon grease that's
That's
burning in the
beautiful,
kitchen.
but it takes, you gotta let the wounds heal a little bit. You're gonna
If I
tear
let
something.
the wounds heal, that takes time. And then if I have to take time, then the bacon's going to go bad. So we're going to make a bunch of bacon. Also,
I'll
you're
make
hungry,
the bacon.
aren't you?
I'll make the bacon. Go lay down.
Are you hungry?
Yes, but I have hands and
Yeah,
and
you're hungry. I'll make you
fresh.
something. Don't
No,
worry
I'm
about
gonna make I'll make the bacon. Go lie down.
it. You just tell
Out.
your mother lie
Shoo.
down.
Yes, I did.
That's disrespectful. You should respect your mother.
Yeah, but you should respect your surgery.
You should slap her.
She still got the cast iron pan in her hand. She like slowly walks up to you. You're near the door to the kitchen. She hard slap pats you like you're a good boy. Here you go. She hands you the pan without handing you the handle, just like the hot end of the pan.
I'll take it with mage hand.
you take it with mage hand, and the mage hand immediately gets damaged by the hot pan, and the pan falls on the ground. And you're like, "This is why I do this, because apparently you're no good in the kitchen." I'm just kidding. You can clean it up, right?
Was she holding it just with her hands?
The handle part of it, yeah.
Oh, okay.
She's got
Yep.
hot hands, From
Yeah.
Yeah, she's got those like calloused, seasoned woman, that whole.
Yeah, yeah.
Just
You know those
seasoned
people
being
that
in
could
the
just put their hands
kitchen.
into boiling oil just to check if it's hot, and they're like, it's fine, put it in their mouth, put it on their face, they the whole
Yeah.
thing. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. She's got that type of sensory feeling, so it's she just hands you
Yeah.
the pan, it falls on the ground, bacon doesn't fall out, but you're able to pick it up, and she's like, how about I'll just chop the zucchini, all right?
No, it's okay. Ma, lay down. Go lie down. I'll bring you breakfast in bed. Like it's your birthday.
She looks at you. She's like, "You're a good kid," and when she breathes, you see when she takes that big deep breath and says, "You're a good kid." She's like, you see her trying to not
Yeah.
show pain, but that whole lung lining kind of getting caught in the rib cage.
I'll give
type
her
of
that look where
feel.
I'm like, see, I saw that.
You do that whole
You can't fool me. Yeah.
She's like, all right. And she takes the oven mitts off of her hand and just, I give up type style, throws them up on the counter. And she's like, all right, I'll lie down. It's a waste of time, but I'll lie down. But I'm not lying in my bed. There's nothing to do there. I'm lying on the couch. So it means your friend's going to have to move. As much as I appreciate everything she does. I mean, we could cuddle. But no, she's very tall. Very tall. Very tall friend. Very all of your friends are very attractive.
Yeah.
Speaking of which. So,
They're all cool looking and different.
yeah, I know,
Yeah.
they're really cool looking. I mean, I
Right.
used to look that cool. I mean, so
You still
yeah,
look cool.
You
huh?
understand? Yeah, you see your dad from behind you. You see, you look amazing, my dad. You look the coolest ever. That scar gives you so
Now
much
you got
fucking
cool
character.
scars and
If it would make it more difficult for your healing process, I would ask for you to take me in the bedroom right now. I would
Dad.
trace your form
Oh my
like I
god! I'm
was
gonna go
tracing
back and start making food in the kitchen.
you see her start throwing the upper mitts at Nofret as he's just catching them and just keeps going I would trace your form like the silhouette of the moon in the night sky. It's not ad nauseum. It continues.
Yeah, I have to escape this.
So you just walk into the other room with a hot, sizzling pan of bacon in your hand.
Which room? The living room?
The living
or-
room. Nakano, you witness all of this as well. You also look around and the place is pretty immaculate. It's really cleaned up. All the papers that you and Misheni were going through to try to figure out the cure to this have been picked up and stacked and organized and put into one of the bookshelf shelves. The floors have been mopped. There's barely any blood stains or from the surgical theater. All of the webbing has been dusted and deteriorated because at the end of certain spell stuff, it starts to get a lot more fragile, and so it's been all woven up. And there's an overflowing rubbish bin, and the chairs have been put back towards the table in the dining room. Everything looks like it's ready for guests, and none of you guys did that.
Did me.
Did Mima? Go ahead and roll an insight check.
Alright. $10.
10. Maybe if she did, she's you get the sense that if she did, or even if she didn't, the amount of work that she's doing this morning would probably be against the Dr. Macheni's orders. So it could be, but you also then kind of turn around as you're looking at like Norfred and Tammy, and do notice that the kind of like redness and scabbiness of their knees and like parts of their clothing that is showing, and some of the rawness of their fingers and the calluses looks like perhaps they were late at work as well. And this isn't like a hard insight check. You know what manual labor looks like. You've been through a lot of forced of that in your past, so it's not hard for you to recognize that. But yeah, the home was fixed up. And nobody's doing what you would expect them to do, I would say, Nikano, after what has happened, which kind of makes sense in a twisted kind of way of them being maybe dissociative, and there's a lot of denial in this family. You're really getting the sense a lot of denial in this family. Like, they refuse to be enfeebled, and there's a lot of willpower in this family it doesn't matter if it kills them, they will make sure things are the way they're supposed to be and that people are taken care of. So yeah. A scoop, you've roused, put your clothes on, you're a little sore from everything else. You still feel just a little lightheaded from the amount of blood loss. You probably could use some food to help you get some of that blood back. You're quite hungry. You're thirsty.
We're already making a big pile of toast. Kitchen.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna do
Already
that
buttered,
loading animation where I just
triangle
like go to the smell.
Yeah. You're just the animated character that follows the loading bar. Is just following the smell with your big fearbulg nose, and you just like have your eyes only half open, and you're just that whole thing when you wake up in the middle of the night and you have to pee, but you don't want to wake yourself up the whole way, so you just try to pee with your eyes closed. So
Listen,
you can
I
go
think that's just a you, man.
No, it's not.
No,
It
I
is
know.
not.
I know.
But you're just like doing the whole cartoon following the scent, and end up in the kitchen. Where you end up in the kitchen threshold, and you smell all the nice smoke, and you see that there's quite a lot of food: zucchini, like fresh pressed orange juice, bacon. It looks like there's some form of like halfling arepas that are like the dough is being made, and the cheese has been folded and is being set out. And Tamron turns around and enters the threshold of the kitchen and spots you and sees you there with your kind of like half open eyes.
Would you like some arepas?
I love the food. Sorry,
Have
I'm
at it.
a little,
Get in
a
there.
little out right now. So
No, I mean I understand that you did so much yesterday. You saved my mom's life, so you must be tired.
we all did. We all did.
Yep. I have
Let me,
good friends.
Let me eat some food real quick.
Yeah. Tuck in.
Yeah, you can start picking at stuff like some of the bacon that is done, and some of the other food that's mostly like she was not done preparing the food. It definitely looks like it was like a bunch of things she was working on. You can help cook if you want. Or Tammy wants to. Tammy said he was taking over cooking, and he's like, yeah. You tell me what it is you do.
I'll just give it a few minutes, and after
You
I'm
just
like
stand there
fully
and watch
awake,
Tammy cook.
No. I like yes
Nibble
and
some
no,
bacon
but
and a
like
sip of coffee. Yeah. No, that's cool. You can just hang out.
There's
man.
coffee. Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a fresh pot of coffee.
yeah, just give it a few minutes for myself to be fully awake. Then how about it's not.
There's definitely the vibe of friends that you haven't seen in a long time that come stay at your place, where you were drinking and have a great time last night, and you all wake up just like, a little sore, just a little drained from the experience. But there's a lot of food being made because whoever's hosting is really great with it, and everybody's helping out. And there's like, here's some coffee, and you take your time in the morning. You sit in the nice warm sun on the couch, and things just like slowly wake you up in the nicest way possible, and the sunlight starts as the sun rises, so does your energy level, and these little kind of tapas pieces of things as they're ready to start to get delivered and passed throughout everybody, and there's this very beautiful sense of family and like chosen family and camaraderie and all these beautiful tastes of a little sip of fresh squeezed orange juice, the salty savory piece of a crispy piece of bacon, some nice cheesy crunchy and sweet bite into an arepa as things just get passed around. And there are very, very few words that are said over the course of the next like 2 hours. Very, very few words are ever said as people are just looking at each other with those kind of curled up, like logarithmic curve type eyebrows and their mouths full and just like nodding and having those squinted eyes of just like pleasure and just being happy to be here and just happy to be here type of moment as you just kind of soak in the moment that you're there. There's not a whole lot of to be said. There's nothing. It's so quiet, but except for the smacking of lips and the chewing of that and just like, the gestures of like more orange juice. You like sugar in your coffee, that type of thing, and just it's all about making sure everybody's taken care of this morning. And there's so much love and everything, every word that's said, every breath that's exhaled, every bite that's consumed. And the only thing I think that at all disturbs that fabric of comfort is the sharp inhale every once in a while from Mima over on where she is. And every time that happens and someone looks at her, which is almost everybody that looks at her at the same time, she does this like whole scowl that just this like she casts scowl in a 60-foot cone and pretty much says like, don't you dare fucking pity me. And you're like, okay, like and you also know that when she scowls like that, if it was a real big problem, she wouldn't be able to scowl, although she is a very tough individual. So, so like for the next 2 hours, it's conditional bliss. And then as the final plate of the treasurer of the Empty Plate Club puts their plate down on the coffee table, and people sit back with their distended bellies and just take a moment. I think there's no question. Misheni, yes, you're up. You have this thing. I think you're just like met with a cup of coffee in your face as soon as you wake up, and like you're not given a chance to say anything as you just keep fed things. But if you want to squeeze in words, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, I think as like bleary-eyed as she would be after all that, she was the last to wake up probably too. So like, I think she would have immediately still gone and tried to find Mima, make sure she was okay.
I mean, yeah. I mean, she's the one that presents you with the coffee.
What are you doing? Go lay down.
Shh, drink your coffee.
No.
We don't talk like, I don't want it. No? Drink your coffee.
No. Oh, okay.
Hey, look, listen.
Hey.
I appreciate what you do. Thank you very much. We'll talk about it later. You need to drink your coffee because you're obviously kind of fucked up.
Yeah, no, I'm fucked up. You're more fucked up. This is fine.
Yeah, but I can talk and I can cook.
I literally just woke up like 20 seconds ago.
Hey, look, I got more, apparently from what I've heard, I got more blood in me than I could use in a decade. Okay? So, and you don't have enough. So drink your liquids. And she just shoves the coffee like into your lips. Like, drink your liquid. There you go. There you go. She's like just feeding you the like scalding hot coffee.
No.
But like at this, okay, stop. But
You,
I
like, push her
need
with
you
the
to
collar?
at least take. I appreciate everything you're doing. I need you to take the rest today and like the next couple weeks. You literally.
I got the shtick from my son and from my husband. I got it. I'm gonna sit down and I'm gonna apparently be someone that needs to be doted on. All right?
No, not doted on. As your doctor, you do need to lay down.
I hate doctors.
I know you hate them.
Always tell me what I gotta do.
It's just for a little bit. Just
No, I don't hate you. Just
think of it as a vacation.
I'm from that generation that like thought sickness was a stigma. So I just automatically don't like doctors.
I know. Why don't you think of it as
Very self-aware.
And she'll pull out just a writing pad. She'll be like,
Yeah,
prescription for a vacation for
You like
2
rip it off and
weeks.
tear it at her, and she can't. I can't read this.
sorry. I need to crap. I need to work on that. It's a prescription for a couple weeks vacation. No Fret needs to take you out to dinner sometimes, very low key
you hear that?
dinners.
You've been ordered by prescription by the doctor to all expenses paid. Take me out on a date every night for the next several weeks.
But, still very relaxing
Shall
dates.
we go on a cruise?
Not the cruise.
No.
Just relaxing in-home dates. Like, think of it as like
I
a
like the sea anyway.
resparking of things, if you will. But at the very least, just caffeine's kicking in. At the very least, just think of it as like a staycation, if you will. Okay? But still vacation.
My favorite kind.
I know.
Except for, it doesn't matter.
Well,
Great. Okay. Fine.
Couple
I
weeks.
get it. All right. I'm being ganged up on here. I get it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for breakfast. I appreciate that.
Yeah, and like that you have that conversation, and that's like the longest amount of conversation there is among these 2 hours. And then when it finally ends, and people are distended, and the scoop's like all full, and like, and people are belching and like getting rid of their stuff. And there's like a digestif that's went around, which is like some warm lemon water with like a dash of mint in it, and then she's like, "Okay, finally, I'll say it." And then I don't want you to fucking bring it up ever again because I'm not used to being weak around other people, okay? I had to be the keystone for a lot of other people and the foundational for everybody growing up, and I'm used to that. So that's not to say that I'm not the most grateful that a mother could ever be for what it is that you did for me. And for us. And
You're not weak. You were literally attacked. Think of it as, patch-up job if we were in
people get
battle.
attacked all day long by everything. Their commitments, their work, their job, the people, people try to always take things that you could think that are yours. It's attacking is part of life. Being assaulted, being set upon by adversity is a part, well, at least it was a part of my life. And I had to be very strong. I had to be that stone. And I understand that I can't. And I'm getting to the point where I can't. My stone is weathered. Thank you for pouring the salve of your care over my stone. And I say that because I get to now see this face and this face for just a little bit longer. And I'll say it now because I can't do this again, because if I do it again, there is nothing that I wanted more other than to make sure that they were going to be amazing and okay after I was gone. So thank you very much. I consider you part of the family. We don't have to talk about it. You can come to the annual or decadal family gatherings that we have, so we can have a nice big old dinner. That's just the invitation is granted. You've earned that. That's totally fine. I like that does not make you immune to my fury if you don't take care of this one. But I literally owe you my life. The very least I can do is give you my understanding.
Maybe a couple of arepas every once in a while, okay?
Oh, fuck. You want some to go?
I mean, if we could somehow.
If I start working
Yes.
now, by in 2 days, I can have a whole 4x4 crate full of them for you to take, and I can have them preserved so you can put them on your. I don't know when it is you guys are headed out, but
shit.
I just thought that I can I can cook like a fiend. Don't get me wrong, I'm not like one of those people that's I'm not a housewife. Just so you know,
No.
I get to do everything.
No.
I do everything.
Yeah, no, we had a good girls' night out with you. We know.
You see, No Fret just throughout this entire conversation, he's just been and he's just not like really been able to get a word in. He's like, I mean, he helps. He actually does a lot of he almost does all the housework, especially when I'm busy. But you know, this wasn't always our life, but I need to stay busy. So thank you for allowing me to stay busy. This is crazy. I don't know if it means anything, but I'm coughing up a lot of phlegm.
Okay.
You know that might be this early signs of some like a minor infection, which isn't.
Considering everything else that went on.
Yeah, it's not uncommon for that to happen, especially during how much open fucking surgery.
We were also we were careful. Tammy was holding his breath, rolling in, prestidigitating, like doing all that whenever he.
Yeah, it could have been a lot worse.
Yeah. Okay, well, maybe we stay around for a couple days and make sure that you're okay.
I'm not one to be doted.
It's not
trying.
that. It's more so like, you know, making sure that the organs are okay. Yeah? Okay. So it's not you, it's literally the organs are matching your needs.
Got it. Great.
Okay.
You ever do that to any other friends here, or you know, to my boy?
I haven't replaced their organs before, but I have done surgery on, I think, everybody at this point. Or at least some form of it, even if it was just a minor suture. But, you know,
Well,
the scoop is my right-hand nurse. He really is.
She experimented on me the most.
Okay.
I mean, I've got a couple fins.
I'm still alive. Yes,
I mean, I'm
that's fine.
like, I can't really, as much as I'm not always the ends justified. Well, actually, no, I'm a very ends justified the means type of person. But you know, I mean, if it works, it works. Yeah. I appreciate what you can do, and I am very lucky that my son was able to find companionship and friendship in somebody so very skilled and so compassionate.
Thank you. I mean, he's brilliant. We're working on the joint thesis.
Well, I know
you
he's brilliant. You don't have to tell me that.
I know, but
he's fucking
it's
brilliant.
just, you know, it's
He's my son. Of course he's brilliant.
I know, but it's
You know that? Did you know? And then she just starts to go on this tirade and this just what is it called? Like not soliloquy, but just this
Info dump.
Yeah, of like how he got a free ride to this, he applied to the university, he got accepted, he did all this thing like at like 5 years old, he was identifying the like, you know, subspecies of like ammonite and snail fossils he was finding on the beach, like, and she just starts to like she physically, oh, you know, I actually have a sample, and she runs over to the bookcase, she starts to pull out starts to pull out like baby books and other type of things, and most of the baby books that you see, like you get to see a couple like sketches of him being young, but there's actually a lot of also like a bunch of like, oh, here's a lock of hair when he was like this, here's the fossil he found when he was 3 years old, here's the fossil he found when he was 4 years old, here's the fossil he found when he was 4 3/4 years old, like, and it's just a bunch of these just very anecdotal, nostalgic type of things. She's very determined not to make this about her.
Yeah. Michelle just doesn't fight back at that point. She sees that this is what's going to happen and like what is going to make her patient happy and least stressed, and sits down next to her on the couch, coaxing her onto the couch.
Yeah.
If so she's still resting but telling the stories.
Full bedside manner mode.
Yeah.
You got it. I think that one of the things you also notice is that just ancillary, just like automatically passive, I think you notice is that she never once brings up the fact as to like why. She never asks why this happened or like who did this to you or anything like that. She seems to be far more concerned about that she got a second chance. And she doesn't want to focus. She doesn't want to spend that time on herself.
Yeah.
But you know, in the back of your mind, I think that's a question that is probably troubling you quite a lot as to why would somebody do this? Tammy, as we actually move to you as well, I think you're also probably wondering about that as well. the image of your mother, of who in the past 48 hours you were almost sure could be the last hours that you would be able to see her and witness her and feel her warmth and hear her voice cajoling you or scolding you, was, it feels so surreal that this is now the reality, that it could be, everything could be okay.
Yeah.
So I think your mind transfers to, but why?
Right. My mind also kind of goes to Lady Masha Ehrenbach and just wondering like how she, I know that she's involved somehow, and just wanting to know like how and why. And like what, I guess why am I being targeted specifically? Is it because of the research that I'm doing, you know?
Mm-hmm. So as you mull over that and you think about that, what does Tamron do?
I guess I just start to kind of look over my notes. I start to look over the letter again. I just kind of read it a little bit more carefully, maybe. Just kind of start to parse out information a little bit.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, the letter requested was like a formal request for you to attend the audience, to attend Lady Masha Ehrenbach of the Lithuanian Confederacy, who is a very large benefactor and a very large like who funded a lot of the College of the Unearthed. Like the College of the Unearthed wouldn't exist were it not for her like movement,
Right.
support, funding, that type of thing. And so when Pendleton, Boville, and however this message was sent, the information that you glean yet again, rehashing, is that this is somebody who, whether you want to recognize it or not, does have some sway with you, if you care about that. There is also, as you're looking at it, you notice yet again, or notice for the first time, that there are like runic coordinates on the back that are kind of hidden in arcane text. And as you touch it, because you're so now intertwined with the arcane, it kind of alights like that reactive paper type of feel, like thermoreactive paper. And you can see that there's like a circle of runes that have some sort of type of conjuration type of magic to them, and you're like, oh shit, this looks a lot like my scroll that I got from Pendleton about like transporting from one place
Right.
to another. And you get like, okay, cool, this is an address, like this is where they want me to go.
Yeah.
There is not a date on there. There's not like no, it literally just says in the plainest terms, your attendance has been requested.
And I think that when I opened the letter, or when I read the letter, some kind of magic popped off that she knew that I read the letter, right?
You were able to discern and insight that
Okay.
through like, a magic check, like an arcana check, that something was set off to know that, like, she got a read receipt.
Yeah. Nobody told me that old Cameo delayed me getting the letter, right?
No.
Cameo did, I thought.
No,
Yeah,
you were there when he said that, when he
I
admitted
thought he
that.
did.
Oh,
too.
I was.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
you-
was apologizing
Okay.
to you.
You were the one that actually
Right.
intimidated him into telling the truth.
Right. Then I guess my other question is why that? That seems really super bizarre. Can't quite seem to put that together.
Why the wait? Yeah.
Yeah.
Why the wait until you were back home?
Right.
Because you saw him a couple times before, and he had the letter on him.
Could it be that somebody wanted me back home so that I would get infected? Because if I got that letter, would I just go straight to
Yeah.
would I just leave right away and just not go home at all? Maybe that's the reasoning.
Either
You-
that or
as you
go
think-
and infect
sorry, go
other
ahead.
people. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, it was either that or you got the letter. You would be infected and go infect other people.
Oh shit. Yeah. Or infect her. But
As you're
somehow I
thinking
feel
about
like
that,
she
like-
knows about all this.
The chances that you didn't, like, the odds that the fact that you didn't get infected amongst all of this were nigh astronomical. I mean, with the help of a scoop silence and masks and a bunch of other things and like some other roles, like you were extremely lucky that you didn't get affected. The fact that you didn't is insane. So yeah, the chances of you getting affected were very, very, very high, if not almost like certain.
Right. And I'm good, right? I feel good.
Yeah, you haven't like had a laughing fit.
Yeah. And I'd also just be keeping an ear open for Mima just to make sure that she seems better, right?
Every once in a while, there's like a joke cracked, and she does like laugh and then like do the thing. And every time she like chuckles or laughs, everybody just like wide-eyed just stares at her real quick.
Yeah.
And just like, all like, and she's like, I'm fine, it's okay.
Yeah.
But there's definitely that like phantom limb type, oh fuck type of feeling.
Yeah.
I think while Mima's, sorry to go back, but I think while Mima is sharing the various photos of the, childhood scrapbook, etc., she would have been like, well, Nakano's actually the reason you're really here. So puts Nakano next to
Everybody
on the
just
couch.
stares at Nakano real hard.
On the couch between Mima and Masheni, if Nakano's cool
She's like
with
feeding
it, of
herself
course.
in a repa that's been like impaled by one of her spider limbs.
I wouldn't force you if you didn't want to, but
So
just
like her mouth is full and she's in the middle of chewing, and then everybody just stares at her.
do you want to come see like the baby pictures of him sucking on his toes? I don't know why he would suck on his toes, but I guess it's there,
Taste toes, taste good.
Yeah, I want to see that.
All right, come
You
over
like
here.
chew
It's
and
pretty
swallow,
funny.
and you're like, oh, I want to see that. Cool. Great. So this will go on for a bit. You guys feel stronger. You saved somebody's life. Stop it, Sean.
God, sorry. Let's go hold something else.
Yeah, I know. It's like the whole. It's like on his microphone. So you guys can do whatever you like today. The day is yours. You guys feel a type of way. You feel stronger. You save somebody's life. You exhausted yourself to a strong. It's like that whole thing about when you push yourself as hard as you can, you damage your muscles temporarily to the point where they can, just like when a bone breaks, it mends stronger. Same thing with like working on muscles, that type of thing. You did that with your magical abilities and your constitution and stuff like that. So you do feel much stronger today, and ready for a lot more. But you also have to be like, there's also a question that's kind of floating up in the air, an elephant in the room of like, what now? The day is yours.
I mean, I think one thing that we should do, at the very least, is fix your mask before we go out and back into the world.
Yeah.
Thank you for lending it last night. It came
Oh, of course.
super handy, clearly. We should definitely do that. Super minor, but at least that. But I don't know what else we want to go, like where else we want to go, what we want to do. What do you guys think? She starts like working on trying to make.
Yeah, I mean, with
fix
like
the mask.
prestidigitation and knowing what it is that you're doing, trivial. Like you can
Yeah,
just
I
put
mean, she ripped it apart last night anyway, so
totally
it was just
it
like
might always smell a little bit of iron, but other than that,
iron or being controlled by plants, whatever,
Yeah.
I'm still staying on course. I'm still staying on course with going to Shylon.
Yeah.
Though
What?
after all this,
Okay.
well, we were supposed to be there a few days ago, but they can wait.
Oh, right.
There's no rush. I forget why we were going there. I think it was like on the way to some place.
We
Oh.
were going over here, I think, just to go along to the next place where the bird
Yes.
took
The next
shit,
poo
yeah?
spot.
Right?
Yeah.
That's true. That's true. Yes.
Okay. Do you, I don't remember. Blood loss. Do you remember if we were supposed to check in with somebody? Like, do you need to send somebody a message that we were going to be a little delayed? or
Madoka already
anything?
knows we're coming.
Okay, good.
I mean, I don't think they really care.
No.
It was
She's
just,
got
I
other
just gave them a
problems.
heads up. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
I am a little worried about not going to see Masha Ehrenbach because of all the power that she has, and she told me to come right away.
All right. Okay.
What do we have a teleportation circle here?
Yes, we got a scroll. Oh, here
No.
no.
No, like an actual like
Like
one
somewhere.
set
If I were to go there
in
just for
long
the
deck,
day,
no. As far as
if I were to
you're
go for
aware-
the day, could I get back?
As far as you are aware, in long deck, to the best of your knowledge, there is not a what the heck happened. Why did it do that? As far to the best of your knowledge, there is not a teleportation circle in long.
Can I build one?
The process of as you like kind of study this during the day, you can spend like the day kind of like learning the spells you would learn and that type of thing, and studying the scroll and that type of as you had like some downtime during the day and getting your abilities mechanically from your stuff, and we can role play some of that stuff later. I think that you get the idea that one of the things that causes a transportation circle to be like a permanent fixture is when you cast that spell a ton of times, you carve the runes into it, you continue to like every day for like a whole year or more, perhaps even a decade, like continue to put that type of magic into it until it's just so innately in and charged into the material around it. So it takes a long time to create one.
So like if you had multiple mages doing that though, it
Drawing
couldn't
one
happen.
around you with like that
Right.
chalk in order to use it is a temporary thing that can
I-
easily be like scuffled by moving some sand around.
Could I draw one and then draw another one and then go and then come back with the one that I drew?
Unfortunately, when you transport from one that has been temporarily drawn, the like flash and intense and impact of the
No, I know,
magic
that's what I'm saying, I draw
scatters
two.
the runes.
Two of them.
Like yeah, so there is no guarantee that it would be able to receive you, because all it would take would be one grain of sand to be out of place, and then you're done. It just wouldn't work, and then you would teleport or into a space that couldn't receive you and take a shit ton of force damage. It is not applicable for you to, if you want a permanent transportation circle to be in place, it takes a lot of time. You do know of a transportation circle that is mobile.
Where is the Sutamabura?
You should ask. You remember that you got a message from them at least I think a couple days ago that they were headed to Namung because they were started to get ready to do the whole court case with the survivors of cultural injustice and everything. Granted, Namung is not far from Long Deck. They were coming from Zankur. They would have to take a detour if you want them to come here, but the only way to find out where they are is by contacting them or transporting there.
What was the business in Shylong that we had to do?
I think it was more of just a wayward point. We could stop, refuel, that kind of thing. I thought that was more of it and check in, but
Yeah, it was more of a check-in. But we're supposed to go to Poops.
Right. Maybe we can. Maybe Sutamabura's in Namung. Maybe we can pop over to Sarnlo. I can meet with Masha Ehrenbach, and then we can pop over to Namung, and we can have the ship just meet us in Namung.
You can do all that? That's
I think so. I've been studying these. I also have this scroll. If it doesn't work, if I try it, it doesn't work.
That's incredible.
But I've been working on this, and I think that I might be able to just draw the thing that I see here, say some words, and poof.
I mean, I think it must be like your mom's arepas. There's got to be like some protein or something. It's freaking
Yeah.
awesome, man. Yeah. Okay. All right.
I think all
do
magic
it.
is just like drawing pictures and then saying some magic words.
You know what? That kind of makes sense given everything
Right?
that's gone back. Yeah, it really
So
does.
far,
Like,
all I've done is just say some magic words and shit happens.
it's not even magic words. It's just like, walla bing bang, and like it all of a sudden
Yeah.
it works. You know, like
Yeah.
it's fine.
You draw
I
me
don't
a burger,
Let's see.
Ooh.
cheeseburger.
I draw a cheeseburger.
Oh, you got to get some pickles.
You draw a cheeseburger with what?
A pencil? I don't know.
You draw
Here,
a
take my
cheeseburger
quill.
on a piece of with a quill on a piece of parchment. Sure. If that's what you wanted to do, yeah.
Cheeseburger manifest.
God, I wish I had crate water or crate food or whatever it was.
Great food.
You know.
I
You
wish I had
shouldn't do
crate
that.
food.
I was just
Sorry.
gonna say no. I was just gonna say you shouldn't do that because when you do that, I disappear. Apparently, cheeseburgers make me disappear. Manifest them. Sorry, Scoop. I'm back.
You say cheeseburger manifest.
And
Wait, it takes a couple of minutes. Hold on.
is it medium rare or medium?
Paper
What are you?
like flops over.
Medium.
Oh, sorry. Hold on. I had to
Yeah.
specify. Medium cheeseburger manifest.
You like flip it so it's stiff again.
A new
Medium
spell.
Cheeseburger manifest.
He's casting a new spell.
Do you cat? Do you
Can
are you
this be
trying
a
to put magic into
cantrip?
this?
Can this please
Yes.
be a cantrip? Or just
You try to put magic
Yes.
into you're like medium cheeseburger manifest as the paper begins to like flop over again, and you're like try to keep it stiff, and it's like you feel the heat on your hand as you try to put magic power in it, and you like just staring at the cheeseburger as hard as you can, and the paper just bursts into flame. You're like, ah!
I'm looking around on the ground for a cheeseburger.
You find a bunch of pieces of burnt paper.
Okay, I think there maybe is more to it than that, but
okay, but not that much more. I mean, I feel like it's still just a little like 1 word, 2 word.
yeah.
How the thing. Okay.
Oh, I needed the cheeseburger components. That's why.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Beef,
Okay, shoot.
cheese.
Like literally cheese. You need cheese. It's
Yeah,
in
I
the
need the
name.
cheese.
would
Why don't you
think
just
that-
make it right then and there?
Yeah, I think maybe that we could just make a cheeseburger.
Okay, so lunch. We're ready for lunch. Is that what we're?
Cheeseburgers. Cheeseburger break.
Perfect.
She's like cheeseburgers. All right. I'll go get some beef from the butcher.
No.
No,
Ma.
Mima. No.
Well, you said you're hungry. You want cheeseburgers. I'm gonna
I
get you
can make
cheeseburgers.
cheeseburgers. I make better
You just
cheeseburgers
literally
anyway.
announced we want cheeseburgers.
He's magic. He's gonna make them.
I'm
I'm
not
magic.
making
Magic.
magic
It's my son.
cheeseburgers.
I know, but like. Actually,
You
magic?
think he's magic? See, she's got a crush on you.
No, I am magic. Have you not seen me do magic
I know
yet?
you're magic. I know you're magic.
He's like my brother. Just he is
okay.
magic.
Oh, brother zone. Okay, cool. All right.
I mean,
I'm gonna make magic cheeseburgers. Go lie down.
you
Tell
know,
me to lie down. I'm gonna do it, but only because I want to.
it's your vacation. You do whatever you want. You've got that prescribed vacation here.
Not doing it because you told me to. If
No,
she
I'm
starts to
not.
lie down. I'm doing it because it's what I want to do right now. I could do it anytime I want to.
Of course.
Just so you know.
I will at some point tell Nofret what the actual please take care of your wife. This is the next couple of weeks where you just keep an
Yeah,
eye
if you
on
could
this.
give me any type of documentation, I'll study that shit like I was fucking sour cream on pecan pie. Oh, not
Okay.
sour cream. I'm sorry, marshmallow on pecan pie.
Perfect, because and then
Because there's no fucking way I'm letting her slip through my fingers again.
I know. So we'll do that. I'll give you the thing. Maybe we can check in every once in a while because I know we might.
I mean,
go?
sure. I mean, you're always welcome. Doors open.
Thank you, but I just
Are you kidding me?
you.
I owe you my left nut, and then some.
Don't,
I mean, I'm not gonna give it to you because that's weird. And
Yeah,
you're like
no,
my,
it is.
my son's sister now. It's weird.
it's a little weird, but
So,
just,
Also, forget I said it. This doesn't matter.
just look, just take care of her. I know you will because you are you, and just report back. But this is what you need to do, and make sure she does. But obviously, she's not going to want to do these things. But just try to accommodate
Yeah, I
those
mean,
things.
it's like trying to like get a cow to go downstairs. I mean, not
Yeah.
since she's a cow. I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, like, excuse me. Like, okay.
I go downstairs.
So
Sorry.
a scoop
not
apparates
that
stairs,
hard.
goes up them, and then goes down them because there's no
Well,
stairs.
tries
in
to
this
go
house.
down them.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Tries,
But there
right?
is a basement. There's a basement. Yeah. There's a cellar, like for like like cold food storage and wine and stuff. Funny. Scoop goes downstairs. Scoop just like feels an itch on the back of his neck as he goes down into the cellar to try to find some more like wine or something. He's like, huh. Anyway, yeah, I'll take care of it. I'll take care of it. Don't,
All right,
of
cool,
course,
cool,
of
cool,
course,
cool,
of course.
cool.
But yeah, it's as much
Well-
literature as you can give me, but don't fret about it.
Yeah, no.
Anything.
So
Is there any type of medications or herbs or like type of that
she'll.
she needs every once in a while?
Yeah,
Something to fight
there's a
infection
few
for
things.
sure. Yeah,
I'll write it down.
great.
I'll save it. Don't tell her, because clearly she doesn't even want to feel like she's being doted on. Just be like, "Oh, honey, I know you want a romantic night because it's our vacation."
I can take it. I don't
Yeah.
take it. I can take whatever anger she's gonna give me. It's totally fine. I'll deal with it. I love her so much. I'll rip up. Even if she yells at me, I'm gonna rip up all the eggplants in the garden. I'll make sure we plant all the herbs.
Don't
and we
do
need.
that,
No,
'cause
no,
I
no.
mean,
If
we
we need
need
the herbs,
eggplants.
if we're gonna do the thing, I'm gonna do the thing. It doesn't mean anything. The eggplant don't mean anything. Don't mean nothing.
You know what? Just give me a few minutes. Do you have the herbs out the side? I give him a
Well, I
list
mean,
of herbs.
I don't have.
Let me-
Okay. I have a couple of these. I could also get some of these from. If there's any more trade that comes through, which is always does. I could definitely get my hands on some of these. Yeah.
Okay. I'll give you a little bit extra. I can work out the side
Okay.
for a little bit. We'll get those. Just try
No,
them.
no. Listen, you've done enough.
No, it's
No. Listen, I gotta put my foot down here. The more that you do now, is only gonna. We have to be able to take care of ourselves. It's very, very important to us.
I'm just gonna grow the plants a little faster
No.
than they normally would. That's all. No?
That's it.
Okay.
That's the last thing. It's got to be. I'm sorry. It's nothing against
No,
you.
it's
It's just
fine.
like we got to be able to be self-efficient. It's
Of
really
course.
important to us.
This is literally the last
I
thing,
love
and
you
just
so much for doing what you did.
it's the last thing.
You
But
owe
do you,
us nothing,
I know, it's not that.
and it's beautiful that you want to try. I get it, but
Okay. All right.
just both her and I need the agency.
Okay. That's fair. I'm still gonna write down the list of things that you need.
Yeah,
to
yeah,
do
of
the
course.
next
No,
couple
yeah,
weeks, because
I'll
it's
take care of it.
doctor stuff.
Yeah, if
but
you want to do the whatever it is you're gonna do, that's fine. You and him help. You just like start to do some backyard garden. You pull up some stuff that's like,
Druidcraft, etc.
yeah, it's like annual stuff anyway, so you didn't pull it up. It's not perennial, so it doesn't really matter. And you're able to druidcraft some stuff to help at least some sprouting, some seeding, and so it actually does take root and help some rhizomes here and there, easily enough. Cool. So, what did the rest of you like want to do? You guys can have as much
Cheeseburgers.
down. Cheeseburgers. Okay. You can go easily to. I'm not gonna role play too much of this because I do want you to like. You guys do have some downtime. If there's other things you can have as much downtime as you like. And we can just do it day by day. But essentially, you are going to be able to, level up, learn the new spells that you learn, have access to the new abilities that you have. If you guys want to roleplay specific things with that, that's totally fine. But let's just start going through all that. You can go get your cheeseburger, you go to the butcher, you get the ground beef, you can start making cheeseburgers. That's fine. Bake some bread. Today can just be a rest day if you want. But what else? Day is yours. What do you want to do?
What? So, First of Achiel has some significance in other places, yes? So, is there any significance in First of Achiel here?
Right. Where is my calendar that I had?
Because that is this morning.
Right. Ra is the first month of the year.
Today is the first day of true winter.
Yes, today. Well, today is in midwinter. Winter started at the end of Hylock, like the last 2 weeks ish of the Hylock, because Hylock's kind of split half and half between the end of autumn and the beginning
But
of
this
winter.
is like fully.
This is midwinter. Like
Yeah.
the first of Achiel kind of marks midwinter and winter, but like it's only because the word Achiel is like an old term, and actually Tamarin is aware of this. It's an old term that has to do like kind of rooted in primordial of like people way back that predate almost anything that just kind of has just stuck the way it is because it has to do with like a harvest calendar, farmer's almanac type of thing. That the first of Achiel has been colloquially understood as midwinter, like the Ides of winter, but just like how winter and seasons often can become like, hey, there might be 4 more weeks of winter as the groundhog, like fucking is afraid of its own shadows. It's very ambiguous. It can shift. So it's not uncommon for the entirety of Achiel to be winter and then even bleed into Daikal the next month, even though it's called midwinter and there's only been like 2 weeks of winter so far. But yes, there's definitely a chilly nip in the air, to be sure, especially since you are on the coast. But at the same time, you are still near that kind of meridian tropics kind of area, so it's still warmer than it would be if you were in places that you're used to, like non-coastal, like Babas. Well, Babas would be still very warm during the day, but much colder at night. Much colder at night. But there's still that cold, brackish sea air that comes in. There is definitely something that Tamara would know about this as well. There's definitely something to be said about what winter does to this area. It doesn't happen very often, but if you start to go a little bit farther north, when you start to get into the Ides of Winter and a little bit farther, you have to start considering like icebreaker ships and considering the types of certainty of what the elements are going to have upon ships that are trading. So definitely trade to the northern areas of the Northern Dynasty into the southern areas of the Southern Dynasty definitely slows down to near the more colder months. Absolutely. As far as the cultural significance of Achiel, here, the first of Achiel here, not really, because it doesn't really affect this area that much.
Okay.
At most, it is used as a time for like Farmers Almanac purposes, because it's still a good place to do farming. So there is saying like, hey, this would be the time to plant crops that germinate during the winter and then flourish during the spring, or early summer or whatever. Day's yours, guys. What are you guys doing?
I'd like to do some shopping.
Sure. What do you want to shop for?
Shopping.
Want to get the chalk for the teleportation circles.
Cool. Yeah, you are well aware that you need to get some type of like magic. It can't just be any old chalkboard chalk. It has to be some sort of magically infused chalk with like gemstones or something else. Now you are well aware. Actually, go ahead and roll an Arcana check for me.
I also,
Go ahead.
while I'm around shopping, I just want to just out of curiosity, just kind of look around and see if I can see like the time gloves, if they're like sold anywhere. Do you know what I mean?
The what? The what?
The time gloves.
The time gloves.
The
ones that-
Big
the
Boba, Big
big
Blow.
Boba gloves.
Right. What? Remind me. It's been.
I'm just calling them
It's
time
just
gloves
gloves.
because we were wondering if like maybe they like if he gave them to me and I have them and then I
Oh, it's
gave
just
them
a
to
pair of
me
gloves
and then
that he
it's
gave
but
you.
it's like
Just
but it's like
like
where does it
white
start? I'm trying to figure out
leather.
these gloves.
Yes. Like it was a pair of gloves that he gave you that looked exactly like his gloves, but not as aged, right? If I remember
No.
correctly.
He just gave me did he give me no he just
Yes.
gave me gloves.
Yes. Like his, but not as.
I
'Cause
think I remember like it looked
It was the same. It
identical
was
to his,
Yes.
but
Yeah.
It's the same
new.
gloves because Tamarin's like, oh, that looks pretty cool. Big Bo was like, oh, I got another pair. Because he didn't.
Yeah.
Big Boba didn't
Oh,
want to
yeah.
take off his gloves.
But his looked
Right.
more weathered and aged than yours.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out these gloves a little bit. And I'm starting
Okay.
by just kind of seeing if I see them for sale or somewhere. Like maybe did I buy them here? I'm just trying to put pieces
Right.
Okay. I mean, so you're just like kind of keeping an eye out to see if you could see this brand and this make and this
Yeah.
model of glove.
loosely investigating time gloves.
Sure. Okay, so here's do me a favor. First, roll an Arcana
Yeah.
check, and then I want you to roll a perception check. Nakano, what would you like to be doing? Are you accompanying somebody? Are you doing something else? You got some crazy information recently too. So, what are you doing?
What do you mean crazy information?
Well, if you remember when you were put to bed and you had that vision of the orb getting
Oh,
destroyed,
yeah.
the thing that had been for all intents and purposes the thing that you chose and has been giving has dubbed you the Death Warden, has been giving you those types of powers, sacrificed itself to protect you.
Right.
and it like said, "Become what I couldn't." You don't have to. I was just saying like that you did receive some rather startling information.
Yeah.
You can do whatever you like if you want to think about
Now I am become death.
Yeah. Let me.
it. Yeah, think about it and let me know. What did you get for your Arcana first?
Well, I'm going to give myself enlightened wit.
Cool.
Ooh.
Do me a favor, and why don't you explain that in detail? so
Exceptional
everybody,
wit.
yeah, sure. Go ahead.
You touch a willing creature once before the spell ends. The target can roll a d6 and add the result to one intelligence check of its choice. It can roll the dice before or after making the check. Spell then ends.
Nice. Okay, so using that to kind of do a little snooping around the marketplace a little bit, right?
No, this is for the Arcana check.
Oh, just okay.
Yeah. But then I guess I could do it again for the
I mean,
investigation, right?
I mean,
This
you know,
spell seems really powerful for a cantrip.
I forgot. Yeah,
Is this right? Am I doing it right?
it is. It's a cantrip. I mean,
Seems
you
kind of
know,
crazy.
Like, how long does it take you to cast again? Sorry,
An action.
that's it.
Yeah.
Holy crap. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Well, I guess Tammy can be super smart, moving henceforth. Just like
Yeah.
thinking about what she's
Anybody.
doing.
I can touch anybody. We're all smart, y'all.
That's awesome. Because again, Nikano was the smartest of the group, and we need a little extra intelligence. That's all I'm saying.
You're pretty smart, right?
I'm okay.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
slightly above average, but my wisdom is much better.
We're all
And
above average, right?
yeah. Yeah. Hurt may be a different case, but you know.
Cool. Sorry, I couldn't hold it anymore.
So that's a 4. This is crazy. Are we sure we're doing this right?
It's so you can cast it on yourself as an action, and then for concentration for 1 minute, you have access to a d6 that you can add to it. But once you use
It's
it, then
it's any
done.
creature though, not just himself.
Yeah, it's just touch. Yeah.
Yeah, but then I can
But you
just do it
still
again.
Yeah, it's a cantrip. You can do it again. It's just like guidance. It's just a d6, and it's only intelligence instead of every skill. So it's balanced, just like guidance.
All right.
It's just that none of you,
It just seems crazy.
When a scoop casts guidance, he does
I'm
it all the
smart
time.
now.
He gives you just
I'm
like
just
a free
smart
D4.
now.
You're like, you know what?
Well, so what'd you get on your-
Yeah.
Yeah.
I figured out the perpetrator, Ma. So what'd you get
Arcana
for your
is a 19.
Did you click that button?
I did.
Okay, cool.
I did.
Awesome. So Arcana is a 19. Do you get the sense, now that you know what's going on with the spell, that you could possibly, if you got a hold of just normal chalk, do you guys have gemstones on you? You guys have any gems? Diamonds, rubies, jets, pearls,
I don't have any gems.
emeralds,
diamonds.
sapphires. You guys have diamonds? Right.
Actually,
because Scoop
we got a
needs
lot.
diamonds.
It doesn't matter though, because I'd still have to use those gems, and they would. Oh, can I look in the hat box to see if there's any bejeweled crowns?
If they would be, it would be like it's cubic zirconian fake.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, they're not.
Nakano's in the middle of meditation, and she overhears, and then looks at Tammy. I could get you some gems.
All right. Yeah. You
Yeah.
gonna steal them?
You could go bake into a couple houses and steal some heirlooms.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, hell yeah. Awesome. Cool. So we'll run that real quick.
That's cool.
Tammy, you realize that you could, if you just got yourself a hold of like some lime in order to make chalk, or just like, that from like a general store, or it's lime, isn't it? Yeah, it's lime.
Ink. It says. It says rare chalk and ink.
Right. But because you need the ink for this to writing it, and you need the chalk to create the circle on the ground. Because what you do when you cast a spell is that you create the circle on the ground, and then everybody who steps into it, once you put off the spell, it destroys the circle on the ground, and y'all teleport to wherever it is that you need to teleport to, or another circle. So, yeah, so you kind of need both-ish, but it doesn't matter. You realize that you know Long Deck intimately. You spent a lot of your thing of finding like magical chalk with encrusted with jewels or like charged with that type of stuff is a Hail Mary. But you know that with your knowledge of how to deal with stones, gems, minerals, archaeology, and lime and everything, that you could possibly make it if you had the constituent materials. So you would need some gemstones, and you need to get some lime from the shop, and you could possibly make yourself some stuff. It just might require a check or something like that. But getting it here, not likely. As far as your perception goes, trying to find this pair of gloves around here, what did you get for your perception check? Why don't you tell me?
Can I do investigation instead?
You said you were doing like a cursory, real quick glance around. Investigation is like pouring through people's books and like
Okay,
opening
yeah,
boxes and
sure.
everything like that.
3.
3. You see one pair of gloves that looks like it was worn before, but you realize that it's not a pair of gloves. It was a pair of slippers that someone tried to put into gloves to try to get some money off of it, like through selling it secondhand.
What?
Secondhand gloves.
I didn't
Secondhand
understand that.
gloves. Yeah, it's just like a pair of slippers that they tried to like stretch and then stitch to become a pair of gloves because apparently slippers weren't selling as well.
Okay.
So like hand slippers.
What
Mittens.
So
type of
gloves.
creature is this?
Mittens. They just it was like mittens. They added a
Oh,
thumb to
okay, okay.
slippers, and then it became mittens.
I love the idea of mittens being called hand slippers.
They are though.
Yeah, I know it is. It's funny.
I feel like especially in something like German, it might be,
Yeah, right.
like,
Yes. Just Hand slippen is the Disney.
this is where my hands go. Like,
Hand warmen slippen.
yeah.
Handy lormen slippen. So cool. Yeah.
Yeah, so
nothing
I'll
on the
go
glove
gather
front.
those.
Yeah,
like
easily
chalk
enough.
and-
How much like I'm not gonna like RP the shopkeep, but how much? I'll say that you will need an. How actually? You tell me. How much gold worth of like materials, like lime and charcoal or whatever?
I
it
guess
is
I'm
it takes
wondering,
to take
'cause
this
it-
chalk?
This spell's supposed to take 50 gold pieces worth of material, but I'm not. I'm gonna make it myself by buying separate
Mhm.
materials. So
Yeah, and then
I don't
depending
know
on
what
how
the
you
gems
roll
we're gonna
when you
get.
construct it is going to depend on the value
Right.
of the chalk once it's done. So you just tell me how much you want to buy.
So let's say I want to have enough for like 4, 5.
So that's not.
Casts.
I meant like how much gold worth of lime do you want to buy?
I guess I don't know how much gold's worth is gonna buy me like a use. You know what I mean? Now that we're
You
doing
don't-
it,
yeah, you won't know until you roll to construct it.
but like how much? Okay.
It's like if
So
you
it's
roll
just
really,
like
really well,
chalk
you
to-
could make a profit off of it. If you roll badly, you could be a detriment to what it is. You know what I mean?
Okay. I don't know. I have no idea. Like how much? How much does chalk cost? How much is chalk?
So rather
Like
than
let's say if it's
being-
not even magical chalk, like how many uses could I get out of this
do you
ordinary
want to
ass
buy
chalk?
like?
Like
do you wanna
why?
buy, like-
You tell me how much the chalk costs. What kind of business is this, sir?
It depends on the type
I will
of
pay you
quality
nothing for this
right?
chalk.
Is this good chalk or is it like just?
Yeah, it's like
regular
okay.
chalk?
So to put it into to perspective for you, you are about to like make I don't know an Etsy shop for a constructed material like something like you're gonna you're gonna make dice. You're gonna make dice for like TTRPG games.
Yeah.
You have to go buy a certain amount of resin. Like you decide arbitrarily how much money you want to spend on resin.
Yeah.
And then you
I
go
wanna make-
home.
I want to make what I perceive to be 5 uses of teleportation circle.
Nope, that's not gonna fly.
I don't get it. Why?
If you want to spend 250 gold on lime and like chalk materials,
But that seems like that would be so
Could-
much chalk.
yeah, it
Could
would be a lot. I don't think they have that much.
Could I, given my scientific background, kind of work with Tammy to figure out, okay, maybe this is about how much it might be?
It's
to-
literally just take a fucking wild guess.
I know,
I want a
know,
handful
but,
of
like,
chalk. I'm gonna go to the store and be like, "Can I buy this handful of chalk?
They'll say sure, a silver.
Do you have better chalk?"
What do you mean? Do I have better chalk?
Like, what's your best
What
chalk?
does that even mean? But
What do you?
it's
You
chalk.
can chalk it
You're
up
fine.
to
It's chalk.
That's true, isn't it? Just like a.
It's just fucking
like a mineral.
line that with
Yeah.
like some other like like I don't know some other fucking I don't know how to make chalk. I just sell the chalk.
All right.
You
I'll
put it
take,
on some stone and it makes it look not dark anymore.
I'll take a
Like, even makes
bag.
lines.
Take a bag of
A bag
chalk.
how many? Okay, how about here? Here's a crate of chalk. I'd charge you like 20 gold for this chalk.
That seems like too much. I feel like I don't need this much chalk. But all right,
Okay.
sure. All right, 20 golds of chalk.
Okay,
Sure.
you absolutely
Let
got
me buy
overcharged, but
way
sure, you
too
take the
much-
fuck.
Way too much chalk that I ever need.
So you realize as you buy this chalk, as you're walking around, you're like, probably the value of the magic chalk doesn't come from the chalk itself, but probably the gemstones that have to be put inside of the chalk.
Can you get like a forklift full of chalk? Like just like
I hate
You're
you,
like,
TJ.
right.
I'm so mad right now. I'm so angry.
I mean, like, what? Like,
I
I
could've
can't.
seen
I would
about
not be made the
chalk.
villain for this. I mean, like,
I just
how
wanted
much
to buy
did chalk
chalk.
cut? No,
can you chalk it up to how much chalk costs?
you
Oh.
forced me into this. You're gonna chalk it up as a learning experience. Yeah, there you go. Nice one. Good job.
I'm sorry.
No, that was great.
No, it was
take a world
terrible.
inspiration for that. That was
No,
fantastic.
no, I'm not
No,
taking a
you-
moral inspiration for my terrible dad joke.
No,
Yeah.
are you kidding me? That's an amazing dad joke. I love that so much so that I repeated it and almost took credit for it.
All right. You know what?
All right.
I'll take it.
So much chalk.
To
Do I
make
also need to buy ink?
No, I mean like fuck it, dude. With the amount of chalk that you play with, you can just say
I'm like, hey,
half
you
the
just,
crates,
I just
half the
bought
crates.
chalk from bulk, and you give me some of this ink on the
Yeah,
house.
he'll throw in like 10,
Discount.
10 like ink pots of ink, like little like
Tammy buys chalk and ink.
easily. So you realize like, okay, so I'm gonna have to like break this down, use some magic, put some ink into it. Do you have mending?
No.
Also, are you buying it from your, just so I can keep track, yours or the
I think it's personal money
overall?
because he's the only one there.
It's mine.
Okay, cool. Just double checking.
I might need to refill soon, but
Okay.
Oh, chalk.
Okay, yeah, just chalk and ink. You get 20 both. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do.
We asked the same thing of you, Scoop, when you try to buy diamonds. We're like, why do you need that many diamonds?
I'm sure it's like just
know?
just tell me how much chalk I need to use it. If I like stop.
no, because I just want to be like how much chalk would like a use be? Like, I draw the chalk. Is this,
can use
is this
a
a
single
lifetime's
piece of-
worth of chalk?
Listen, yes, it is a lifetime for it.
That's what I was asking.
Listen. You could use
Don't
a
want this
single
much
piece of
chalk.
chalk. It's not the amount of chalk that is.
Is it
the...
how you use it? I'm sorry.
I can't even.
Another world
like,
inspiration.
Oh no! I think I broke the chair.
Did you break the chair?
I think so.
Who has mending?
Me.
I think a scoop does.
Scoop has mending. All right, so you're gonna have to
Okay,
ask for
cool,
Scoops.
cool.
Cam, you need to fly out here and fix our chair, and you
right.
need to help make the chalk. Anyway, when a spell says that you need to use a certain gold value of something, it is entirely dependent upon the gold value of the thing, not the amount of the thing. What gives of the component?
No,
What
I know
gives
that.
it value is the gemstones.
I
and the
understand
other magical
that.
expensive material inside a piece
I
of
know
chalk.
that.
You would need however much chalk it's going to take you. Goodness gracious! Oh, Dakota! Oh my God!
Amazon. Buy a crate of chalk.
It's okay. Come here.
Dakota got up and she was scratching herself, and then she knocked over like 5 chairs and a stand, and she was like, "What happened?" She ran away
Oh my god.
because she's so big. Anyway,
What kind of dog is Dakota?
she's a big alibi. She's a massive polar bear.
She's a polar bear.
Wow.
She's not a dog.
So
No, I know. I just like I just wanted to buy like 5 pieces of
yeah,
chalk,
I'm-
I think.
you asked for a crate. He gave you a crate. That's you bought
No,
one
he
gold.
said here's a crate of whatever.
He's
Let's
trying to
move on.
upsell you.
I've got
yeah.
a lot of chalk. Let's
Yeah.
move on.
What's gonna take? You could, if you're good with it, use only one piece of chalk that's been encrusted with a lot of powerful stuff in order to cast the spell. But
Well, now we got
you know. But again, rather than because you can't buy this special chalk here that has magical shit in it, you either make it yourself or you wait until somewhere else you go. If you're making it yourself, you got to buy the materials, and you don't know anything about this. You just know the spell. You're going to have to figure it out as you go. You tell me how much, I can't tell you. I can't give you anything. You tell me how much chalk you want to buy. You told me how much chalk you want to buy. You can't give it to me in uses because you wouldn't know how much uses. You was know.
Well, that's why I was going to, yeah. Okay. I bet it takes a handful of chalk to do it once.
Just put a bunch of like gymnastic chalk in your hands and just around.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Anyway, we're gonna go around and set. So Nakano, you want to pilfer people's houses?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Wait, you're
Nice.
pilfering people's houses?
Yeah, she's gonna go in and steal a bunch
She's
of
gonna
family
get the
arrows
gems.
to get gems for this.
Okay. Okay.
So, still Long Deck, not an affluent neighborhood. But
Can I
it's
use my
possible.
knowledge to know who the rich assholes are?
Oh yeah,
Of the-
absolutely.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Rich assholes is a bit of a stretch, but
I mean, you
you'd
used to
say,
live
like,
there.
The Karens of the neighborhood that
Yeah.
were like previously important people that now like really always want to like report to the HOA to say like their fence is 2 inches
Yeah.
too high and everything.
Or the
that-
bad employees, eat the rich
that
kind of thing.
that are living
Yeah.
off of Social Security and everything else, and always complain about why don't you just buy a house when the economy is just not possible for anybody other than their generation to have bought a house, and they just think everybody's lazy. Yeah, you can absolutely steal from those people. I encourage you to steal from those people. So, yeah. Fuck it,
That
let's
sounds
go.
very relevant.
I wonder why. Yeah, I'd say 2 houses to that effect. There was a point where some of the Southern Dynasty, there was like a Southern Dynasty trading ship that had like shore leave and long deck that you are well aware of, Tamron, that one of these Karen households stood outside with like crossbows because they didn't want these ne'er-do-wells from the Southern Dynasty to be like contaminating their town, and
yeah.
everyone else from the fucking from Long Deck was like, "What the fuck are you doing, you clown?" And yeah, so like they are definitely not seen in a positive light, but they definitely hoard a lot of their resources, and they never tip and that type of thing. So. Yeah, Nakano, you like swing by, excuse me, Nakano, you're just so stealthy as Tamron is being like, yeah, but how much chalk? Doing this whole like haggling thing over the course of like 10 minutes. You just like show up. There's the screen pans to the shopkeeper, and he's like, I don't know, how much chalk do you want? And then it pans back to Tamron, and you're just standing behind him, and you weren't there before, like just right over his shoulder, and you just like whisper over his shoulder, like, who sucks in this town?
Oh, shit.
Or whatever
Give her the
you wanna say.
addresses. Fuck.
Yeah, what do you say to Tamron as you just like sneak up behind him? Nakano, what do you say to Tamron?
I need what do you want me to, get the goods?
I think like roll an insight check because you don't know if she wants you want her to kill somebody or like steal their stuff.
She's like,
You know.
Who do you want me to get the goods? And I mean like another set of lungs.
she's also the most intimidating out of our
She's
entire group.
Yeah.
She's the shortest but the most scary.
You don't mess with Nakano.
15.
15. You like you think she means like, okay, like you mean like gems and stuff like that I need for my spell because I explained it to you. But there's also a part of your brain, but like, but does she? Or does
Just to make sure, we're talking about stealing gems.
Yeah.
Okay.
she's like, yeah,
Yeah, sure. Still not 100% convinced. Yeah.
yeah, sure, why not? Let's go with that.
Gosh.
Well, there's a
You feel
real.
good? Nakano's just dropping into all the people that like are like shits in the town and just being like, hey, they left town. She's cousin Vinnying everybody. When I said take care of them, I meant like feed them, not take care of them.
Can you put on some like heist music or just imagine.
Oh,
nice
sure.
music.
Yeah, I've got some investigative music. I think somewhere.
Done.
Like, dum,
Around
dum,
here.
dum, 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 dum.
We're gonna go black and white now too for film noir, kind of like you're sneaking, you know. Not really. It's just
How's
what's
that?
going on in
How's
my
that? Is
head.
that gonna get?
Yeah. Well, this is Dame up on North Avenue. She's got
Yeah.
handfuls of jewels hidden in her safe.
She
never
has multiple
touches them.
handfuls because she's a spider lady.
Yeah.
You know.
Machete just
She's got
shows up
lots
in
of
the
hands.
store too, just like out of nowhere. She like slams the door open and she's like, she's a dame because
Well, with because still
she's got a
she still has
trilby
it-
down and like
Yeah,
there's like
with
film
her hat
noir
on, she
light
still
across
has
her
it, you
her
know,
eyes.
She's a dame, you know. You gotta.
A scoop also pops in right behind her. You see him
Oh,
concentrating
nope,
on the
nope,
lights. Oh no. Okay,
I'm
cool.
somewhere else.
Oh, you don't want to be on in this? All right.
I'm going after bigger loot. I got you.
Okay.
Oh,
Anyway,
a
she's a
scoop
dame.
casted a light spell on like one of her like chakram before she left, and she's just using it as like ring lighting to make it look like film noir on herself.
I pretend to smoke cigarettes, but I'm
She
really just doing
smokes-
like a puff of wind, you know, just like dirty wind, you know.
She's
like,
druid crafting like a puff of smoke from just like a twig.
you know, that Nakano, she just took it away from all of us. It's, you know. But don't believe her. But do believe her. She's a good kid, but she doesn't know what she's doing.
She got mixed up in the wrong crowd.
She did. She did.
Let me give you the sitch on the DL of what's going on.
I mean, it's
here.
all back to her blood type. It's that B
Oh
negative
my God.
Lutheran, you know. It's just she's got some connections and places.
Oh my god.
Anyway, I'm gonna go take care of your mom now.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry. All right, sorry. I just wanted to have that moment.
I like your
Whatever.
hat, by the way. That's a good look.
Thank you. I was trying it a little bit different from the Stetson this time with the
You got it
you
from
know,
the
from the
crate.
box of
You
crate.
got it
you
from
know,
the box
Yeah,
of
you
hats.
got it
Absolutely. Yeah.
right? So,
I love how canon this box of hats is.
all right, maybe I'll do that moving forward when I'm trying to be intimidating, you know. All right. Good luck. Buy your chalk. See you later. Bye.
Right.
He's like, so we got a deal or what? And you're like, yeah, okay. And you give him
I
the money
guess.
and-
Fuck. Fine.
but
Turn out.
he's like, you just fucking had a like film noir, a goddamn like stage presence in my like. I should at least charge you for the use of my venue for that. For that,
We should charge you for the entertainment.
All right, listen. I might be old fashioned, but I know a deal when I see one. I don't know what that meant, but anyway,
Yeah, I was
just give me
kinda
the money. You take the
confused.
chunk.
I feel like that's what I'm supposed to say.
You turn around, Nakano's just gone. Angela's gone too. You told her like, here's Karen number 1, and here's male Karen number 2. What's the term for a male Karen?
I
I
don't
think it's
there is
supposed to be Kyle. I've heard.
Is
But
Is it
there?
Kyle?
No.
What's,
No.
what's
It's a
male
the
Karen.
name?
It's
Male Karen.
Yeah, I think it's just
yeah,
That's
male
so
Karen.
lame.
aunt's
There
name's
should
Karen,
be
and she's
another name
absolutely a
that's
Karen.
Should be
that's
a name.
equivalent.
Keith. No.
No,
Keith.
No.
Kyle seems right though.
Ken.
Like,
Supply.
Kyle-
But I know a
Kyle-
really nice Kyle though.
Yeah, I know several
Yeah,
Kyles.
I
that
know.
are
Yeah,
really
we know a
nice.
good Kyle. Kyle's great. Yeah,
You know what? Okay.
it's just male Karen, I guess.
Male
It's just-
Karen
guess
for
so.
now. We'll find.
I think it's just. I think it's
It's
a
not a
non.
Chad.
I think it's
It's
a
not a Chad.
non-gendered term.
Chad's a
Just
different
call
thing.
them
yeah.
Karen.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chad's just like, bro. This
That's
whey
different.
protein is the
That's
best whey
different.
protein.
It's funny how we just destroy the name Karen. Like it's over. That name is done. It's like nobody's gonna be named Karen anymore.
Well,
it's
maybe
crazy.
like 80 years from now.
You want to
maybe.
know what's
Yeah.
so you know
What'd you
how
say?
like the millennials sexualize the term like daddy, the baby boomers and their like previous and the greatest generation sexualize the term baby. Okay, that's why we say baby all
that's
the
true.
fucking time.
Yeah.
You know, it's a thing. Yeah, do whatever you need to do.
No, you.
I did it. So the anyway, so yeah, let's do Nakano. Nakano's disappeared. She's like, gone, and you know the 2 houses that you need to get. Yeah,
I
and
feel
these
like
are
still in the
multi-level.
puff of like fake smoke, you know, like if you will. from the noir.
Yeah, from the
smoke.
film noir. Like the film noir from the smoke that you did with Druidcraft is just like behind Tamarin as he turns around and like tries to wipe it out of his face, and Nakano's just not there anymore. She's just gone. As you like cling to the ceiling and you just crawl out the chimney and nobody fucking sees you leave. You go to one of the like two of the only multi-level like egg type kind of like halflings shaped ish house. They're like more like big eggy things more than they are like type of houses. So they're only like they're probably one of the only ones with stairs that don't like that go up to the second level rather than the basement or something like that. You go into are able. Do you want to wait till night or do you want to do this now?
Is it pretty early, huh?
It's like midday, but I mean, you are also
Yeah.
very confident in your abilities. You could do it whenever. It's
I
just,
think-
you know.
Yeah, I think let's go ahead and do one.
Okay, cool. So let's do Karen House 1. You notice, I think just of your, just basic, you notice that there is a chimney that goes into this house. There is a back door, there's a front door, and there is one of those types of bay window shutter things that go out to probably where you would put like a pie to cool down from the kitchen. You also notice that there are about 3 windows on the second level and 2 shuttered front windows on the first level. There is a absolutely immaculate, meticulously manicured lawn that is not, and it is Kentucky bluegrass that is not endemic of the area, and it probably costs way too much fresh water of the fresh water that they need in order to keep it good. And like none of the plants here that are in their garden are endemic, so everything costs way more resources than it would be in order to stay healthy. And of course, they're all like pristinely healthy because they've got nothing else to do, and so they waste a ton of resources. Their backyard is. You see that they're in the backyard. There was some sort of like beautiful like old ruins or like some old buildings that were here at one point that are just like still really in good condition. But because it's their land, they like tore down a good part of it, but you can tell by the foundation looking at it that there definitely was, and they got rid of all this wood and they carpeted it, and just it'd be great there, a white wall, and they just like put a bunch of like white walls everywhere. It's like super Martha Stewart Karen like destroyed everything type of feel. Where do you want to go? How do you want to enter this place?
From the back.
The back front, the back first floor door. Or
One of the windows.
Okay, cool. Yeah. No check required. I'll just say, well, let's roll a stealth check for you. Go ahead and roll a stealth check. Because you can just crawl right up there, and yeah. And let me roll to see if the thing is. Holy shit. Okay.
Yeah. 26.
26. Stupid good. Okay, so here's what happens. The window is actually not locked because it looks like there's a window, like glass there, but there's not. It's just something that they put there to make it look like there's glass there so they don't get robbed, because they're currently doing renovations there, making everything a white wall inside. Everything has to be a white wall. So everything's white. They hate the color of hay, so they're like painting the outside to make it look like not like it's hay, so it's not thatch, so it's all a white wall. So it's all very basic Martha Stewart, Karen style. Absolutely zero taste. And you're able to just crawl right into the window, and there's nobody here. You see that there is a vanity with just so many things out. There's necklaces, jewelry, a bunch of stuff, a lot of heirlooms. It's just out because they're so they apparently be super confident that nobody would try to mess with them. And you can just grab this shit and run. Unless you want to look for more.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, it was too easy for Nakano.
Yeah, you're in this master bedroom that has far too many throw pillows. Like there's 30 throw pillows on this bed. There's nowhere to sit on this bed. It's all taken up by throw pillows, and none of these throw pillows look comfortable. They all look like life is too short to smoke cheap cigars. There's 17 live, laugh, love pillows. There looks to be some vanity pillows about their 3 Boston Terriers that were commissioned to like have just their Boston Terriers on here. There's also in loving memory of like 12 other cats or something like that. It's ridiculous. And a bunch of other stuff like in loving memory of when I was 20 years old. And there's a bunch of like stitched and cross-stitched versions of like photoshopped images to make them look really, really good, and vanity images on like half the throw pillows.
A lot of wine puns around too, I'm sure.
There's a lot of wine puns. There's just a giant like oil painting of a half or of like a bottle filling a wine glass that takes up almost the entirety of one of the white walls. Yeah, do you want to look through this place?
Yeah, a little bit.
This is great.
Okay, cool. Fantastic. Go ahead and roll an investigation check.
I think this is the first like on purpose bad thing we've done as a group.
That's not true.
I got 19.
19? Yeah, you start like going through dressers and chiffon and wardrobes. You were able to find a couple things. Oh, thank you. I still have this boy. I'm good, I think. Yeah, this guy's full. I'm good. So you're able to find a couple things, actually. A couple things of really good value. I think the first thing that occurs to you is as you go through the wardrobe, you find 2 very, very nice and like they're in garment bags and appear to be like sealed in a type of way. Extremely, extremely nice, like ball outfits. One looks like a gorgeous ball gown meant for somebody to be about. It looks like it's about your size because you're a short person, and these could be halflings or like driver tails, like like 3/4lings. And it looks like it could fit you possibly. It just doesn't have holes in the back for your spider limbs. And there's like this beautiful suit that has this red velvet with these way too large collar pin lapels, like that kind of stick out, very kind of like vampire-ish, like Children of the Night type feel, and that is short. But it has this tail that's so long that it definitely would trail like the tail of like a wedding dress would trail, but it has a train. Yeah, but it has that too like conductor like dovetail. What's it called, like sparrow tail endings that are the ones that train, and they're
like tails, right?
Yeah, and the buttons are gems. They are.
That dog is huge.
All yeah. She's a big girl.
She's a bear.
She's
not a dog.
God.
She is a bear. Her head is bigger than both of ours. It's about this big.
Holy shit! Look at that.
Wow.
Yeah, she's a good
She's a
girl.
beautiful dog.
12-inch size.
Oh
dog.
my god!
Yeah, she's a
Monster.
good big girl.
Oh whoa!
She's an alibi. They were bred to like fight and kill wolves to protect the sheep.
But
Cool.
she's a big softie
Yes,
and
big old teddy bear.
and just big.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah.
She's a bear.
Yeah.
She's actually a bear. She's not a dog.
Anyway,
crazy.
the buttons
Sorry.
like for this suit jacket are just emeralds. Like nothing else, no metal. They're just emeralds that have been carved and encrusted to be able to be fastened to this thing. These look so fucking expensive. You also see that like there's like a note on them. Do you read? Do you speak halfling? Nikano?
No.
So you can't read this, but there's something.
Halfling's a language, isn't it? Like Andronki or something?
It's in Drunky.
Andronki, yeah. Do you speak Andronki?
I do.
You speak Andronki. Yeah, right. I forgot about that. Yeah, you speak Andronki. It says here, get dry cleaned one more time before the Grand Masquerade.
Ooh.
Get it dry cleaned twice.
Yeah.
Extra clean.
You can absolutely snag these if you want. There's like nobody here. You can fucking pilfer the shit out of this place.
Yeah.
You can grab those. you keep looking through. I think you find a couple more other gems and sundries. You're able to find kind of like a rainy day fund that's in a small leather pouch that apparently has what looks like about 292 platinum within it. These people are hoarding their wealth, and they absolutely don't need it with showing what else that they have. And they're like super stingy. Like they could have a lot more than they do, but they'd rather waste resources and hoard their wealth and rather than spend it and live like not as and live the way they want to live. And so you're able to grab 293 gold of what looks like about 800 gold worth of family heirlooms and gemstones. And you're not a tailor. And you're not like an artiste, except for in the art of death. But you wouldn't know how expensive these garments are, other than you'd say these have to be worth over like $2,000. They have to be over like each suit has to be worth over like 2,000 gold each. But they're also works of art, so you're not sure if you want to like disassemble them.
Just to clarify, 293 gold you said before.
293 platinum.
Platinum. Okay.
293 platinum, a pouch of 293 platinum, 800 gold worth of precious gemstones, necklaces, heirlooms, pearls, just like, just gemstones that you can take out of jewelry.
Sure.
And each of these two, a suit and a dress, a garment, each worth 2,000 gold each. These people are entirely hoarding their wealth. You make out like a fucking bandit. You're thick as thieves. You're king for a day, queen for a day. Do you want to hit up the next house?
Let me first make sure that this is what Tamara needs.
Okay, cool. So you just like kind of take it, stuff it in your bag, just skittle out and walk, and you just fucking took a bunch of stuff from these people that are kind of trash people that have been hoarding wealth. You got that. Scoop, you tell me what it is, what you're going to do, and then we're going to take a break.
I'm going to go to the pan bringer and talk to her.
Okay, you go to the pan bringer. It hurts. Like, hey, how you doing? It's been a while.
Did you get the loot
Everything
from
okay?
the ship? Yeah, did you get the loot?
Yeah. No, I've had all of our crew taking it, like all this stuff. Obviously, as much as, a lot of them surrendered, so we didn't really, they've kind of been doing their own thing. A lot of them were like, hey, we're just in it for the money. We know we fucked up. What can we do to help? And actually, some of them have been helping. They were shitty, but we also, Captain Avery made a good point about how we shouldn't, and despite my urges, how we shouldn't just, moiter them, and instead should just let them earn their keep or try to redeem themselves. So they've been helping out, but he also said, hey, we're no better than them if we enslave them and put them into indentured servitude. So as much as I want to stab, and make them, unalive, they've been helping. There are a few that have just been kind of dicks, and we put them on a dinghy and just push them out to sea.
That's good. Okay, I support that. What did you
but
get?
Those
then?
that are helping actually have. There are a couple of them that some of the trades within town have accepted them as the lowest entry level jobs, even though they have 20 years of experience. They have to work their way back up the ladder because they did really shitty stuff.
Any information that you overheard?
Oh, right. Yeah, no, we do have this. We do have a lot of correspondence to the other Red Lion Syndicate leadership. So we have a bunch of names now. We have like a pretty good fleshing out of the power structure of the Red Lion Syndicate. We also know where most of them are based if they're not on jobs and they're moving around. So we have really good inside information as to what if we want to take these fuckers down, we could destroy their entire fucking organization if we can get to where they are, and just drop some big old icicle meteors on them or something like that. I saw you do some really cool stuff.
Thank you.
Oh, and there was. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you. Well, you don't say you interrupt me. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
that's your thing.
She's got the big.
I'm grown up, I gotta grow into my responsibility. Things are happening. I get it. You know, I'm starting to do something called due reflection. Captain Avery sat me down. He got me like half drunk so I would like calm down, and he said like, hey, you need to do some due reflection stuff. And I said, I don't need to do shit, motherfucker. But then it made sense. And then I also saw what you guys did to help other people. And then I also saw, how sad everybody was. And I heard about what happened. So it kind of makes sense that maybe murdering and dying isn't like, the end all be all. So, yeah, and maybe there's some different ways of doing things. But I still want a moida. But I get it. I think we need to be... Anyway, yeah, fine. I'll interrupt you if you want me to fucking interrupt you. I'll interrupt you. Anyway, so I found, we were able to find, again, I don't think we should keep all of this as much as I really, really, really want to. But I mean, we did find about what looks like the payment for the job that apparently was supposed to be disseminated with for salary and stuff like that. We found their ledger books. It was 42,000 gold among everybody. But I don't think we should keep all of it as much as I want. But I do think we should keep at the very least half of it. And Captain Avery, very good point, as the rest of the crew also did to from some of the crew of the Suitable Board that helped us out. They said this would probably go a long way to help with the legal fees in Namang.
What about the cannons? About all the 32 or whatever cannons
we
were
were
on
able
the
to
ship?
get one aboard, but it's slow going. We don't really have ports on this ship we don't have gun ports.
It's for selling, not for shooting.
Oh.
We can only shoot one.
Yeah, sure. Do you want me to just strip it bare?
Sure.
I mean, the ship's kind of fucked up anyway. It's not like they can go anywhere. Do you want me to leave any for long deck so they can do some coastal bombardment?
Yeah.
Got it. Cool. How about
for that.
half for long deck, and we'll take half.
Yeah, sounds great.
Great. Cool. 10 cannons for us. Or actually, I said I actually had a number. I told you how many cannons were there, didn't I? If someone can look up and tell me how many cannons, I think it was more than 10.
Couldn't
If you
tell
can
you.
tell me a number.
Oh, God.
200, I think is what you said.
Or is it
That's what I
for
have in my
long deck
notes.
or would be going on the pond?
Half of them would be going for long deck for coastal defense, for coastal bombardment, and half of them would be going onto the ship. And then you'd be you couldn't put any more weight on the ship, because the buoyancy would start to.
No feasting. That's what we hear. No feasting amongst the crew. No more weight on the.
You know what I mean.
I
I'm
know.
Just saying,
I'm just making
the
light
cannons
of
are
it.
very, very heavy. Trying to put a lot more people or a lot more supplies could be troublesome. It
Yeah.
also slows down the ship and everything because it's more mass. But anyway, I don't want to get into the thing. So if someone can go back and find out, because I believe I did tell you how many. I think it was 40 gun ports or some bullshit.
42.
It was an insane
That's...
number. 42 sounds right. Yeah, I think 40.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to put, I'm fine. Let's
Let me
do that.
see.
If you can find it, that's great. If not, 21 to the shore and everything.
Yeah,
Good.
well,
We're
just
able to do
later.
that.
That's how many cannons they had?
They
Yeah.
were a
Answer
war
to
galleon.
life.
That's crazy. I can't
They were
imagine.
huge. It's a war
ship like
galleon. It had two or 3 rows of gun ports on either side of the ship.
Whoa.
And then 3 on the bow.
Why don't we
and
just
3 on
take
the
this
stern.
ship? Let's
Because you
fucking-
destroyed the
Damaged.
keel. It's no longer
Oh,
seaworthy.
yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
That's too
the girls
bad.
went to town on the keel.
No, that's cool. That's cool.
You saved a lot of people, though. So.
At the
Yeah,
moment, you can
sure.
only use 1 cannon on your ship effectively. Well, you could put some on the top of the deck. You could probably spread some around. You
Just
do it
cannons
on-
everywhere.
You could put cannons. The thing is, you don't have gun ports on your ship. So if you need to go into a shipwright and into some sort of port, in order to get gun ports installed into your ship, which could raise some questions because the only people that have gun ports are the people that have cannons, and the only people that have cannons are very rich or tied to the government. So, Shai Long might be the place to do that.
Yeah,
Honestly.
true.
Yeah.
Yeah, they would be like, you got it. You pay us the money, we'll get it done. You got it. Can
I
we
mean,
have?
they're trying to be more legit, but at the same time,
You also think
still
if you gave them one of the cannons or a couple of the cannons, they'd be like, done. We'll get it done because we'd love to have some of these. Also, you got a lot of camaraderie there. So anyway, this is what all you're able to figure out. Anything else, Scoop?
Not at this moment. Probably after.
Okay,
break.
cool. All right, cool. Let's take a quick break and then we'll come back. Stay safe out there. We'll be back in a little bit.
Bye-bye.
Google.
Bye.
All right, and we're back. So we left off with Nakano stealing from Karen's. And cool. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to just kind of fast forward a little bit. Is there anything a Scoop else wanted to do on the ship with Hurt or anything? Or, like apparently the crew and Hurt and the captain, I mean, they're a well-oiled machine. They can get stuff done. Is there anything else you want them to do before we move on?
Not at this particular moment.
Okay, cool. You do so. You just kind of check in with them. You can just be like, yeah, put that over there, kind of managerial, if you'd like to
Yep.
be. Nakano, you're able to meet up with Tamron while he is at the butcher getting some beef for cheeseburgers. And you're able to show him all the stuff that you have surreptitiously. How do you show him?
And then I like open my
Oh, you overcoat? Want to buy a sundial
yeah.
style?
Yeah.
And you show like the garments for somehow you have all of your loot like pinned to the inside of your like wayfarer's coat. Sparkly,
You
shiny,
want-
sparkly.
Any of these
Pretty good.
work for you?
I think so. It just says.
Can't hear you, Sean.
Just says like general gems that I need. So I think these look like some pretty general gems. I think that's it.
Great.
Yeah, there's so much wealth here. Do you tell him that you got a bunch of money too, or do you keep that to yourself?
Maybe I'll stash it and I'll save it for a rainy day.
Okay, cool. So
Yeah.
Nakano, you can add
Nice.
290 platinum to your
That's
personal
An
stuff.
insane amount of money.
Yeah.
Whoa.
So that's 2,900 gold, really, but 290 platinum. Go ahead and add that to your character sheet, so you know that you have it.
2,000.
2,900. Oh, it's 290 platinum. It's where
Okay.
the P thing is, where the money is near the middle bottom, which is the equivalent of 2,900 gold. That you're just like, it's my finder's fee. And do you share the gemstones other than just the garments as well?
Yeah.
So 900 gold, or I'm sorry, you don't have this. This is just like party fund, but 800 gold worth of gemstones. We can figure out what's going to happen later. You realize how many gemstones and everything. You're able to get your beef for like 5 gold. You're able to get a month's worth of beef.
Wow.
If you want it. Like, I mean, well, it might not be a month's worth. It might be like a weekend's worth of beef, depending on how much y'all eat and how many people there are. So
And you said 800 gemstones? Or
800 worth of
gold?
gemstones. And we're going to talk about that in a bit. Okay, so just fast forward and just moving things on. You guys can bring all the beef and all of the stuff that you've recollected back to the Grounder estate unless there's anything else you wanted to do today.
Nothing else except actually fixing Tammy's mask. That was
Yeah, that's done. Don't worry about it.
Cool.
Done. Cool. So, Tammy, you come back. You take inventory of what you have. You have plenty of beef. No Fret starts making burgers on the grill outside. And Mima is also like, you're not doing it right. You got to flip it over. Let me do it. You know, you're making them well done. They have to be medium rare. And you kind of take stock of all the inventory. You've got tons of chalk and you've got a shit ton of gems. You've got 20 gold worth of chalk and 800 gold worth of gemstones. Are you going to try to make some gem encrusted chalk?
Yes.
Okay, how would you like to do that? Like what ability, spell, shenanigans would you like to try?
I'm going to first crush up the gems.
Okay. They're very, very hard. How are you doing that? They are gemstones.
With something even harder.
So you take out a bone.
Let's see.
Scoop, you can be wherever you like now, if you like. If you want to still be at the ship, you can. If you want to be back at the Grounder estate, you can.
I'm just doing some reporting. I'm
guess
writing
I'll
down.
just-
I'm on the Excel sheet right now, pretty much.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
what I'm saying.
I meant
there
like
too,
just
dude.
like if a scoop wants to be somewhere to help a thing, he can be.
Okay.
I guess I'll just kind of try to crush it with a big rock. Just like kind
Okay,
of
you wanna, like,
mortar and pestle it. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, you can mortar and pestle it. I think some of the like you won't be able to do that to a diamond.
No, I
you'll
don't
be
want to
able
do it to a diamond.
to
Just
some
like
of the softer gemstones.
yeah, yeah.
Cool. So it takes time. Okay, so you have some. How much gold worth of the? I'd say the maximum amount, just due to hardness, that you'd be able to turn into dust in this mundane mash fashion would be half of it. So if you want to mash it all up, you could create 400 gold worth of just generic gemstone dust.
I don't want to waste all that. I don't know if it's gonna work, so I don't want to just like destroy all
So
that.
give me a number.
So I'll do 200. Half of that.
200 gold worth of.
Make 4 sticks.
And I'll set the precedent now, just so you guys know that this gemstone dust, because it's a mix of everything else, I don't want to keep track of it. If something calls for ruby dust, emerald dust, jet dust, whatever, this is just kind of a catch-all. It could go for any of those. Great. So you make 200 gold. And what are you doing with the chalk? How do you want to mix this stuff together?
Well, it's encrusted, right? So let me try. Hold on.
You have the facilities of your home, also.
Yeah, I guess I'll just kind of try to make up, like I'll use water and kind of mash it up, make a paste, and then just press new sticks of chalk.
Okay, you want to do
with
it in a
the-
mundane fashion.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, easy enough. That's just gonna take time. So that's something that you're like, someone's like, I think Mima at some point like goes into the kitchen and sees you chopping up a bunch of like white dust and mixing with stuff, and just kind
Want
of
to
like
blow a
looks at
rail
it,
with me, Mima?
and then just wide eyed looks at you and just looks at it and then looks at you again. You're like, really? That's where did you? That's a lot. What did you? I didn't know you were. We raised you better than that.
It's chalk, Ma. It's chalk. I'm busting your chops.
You had me going there for a little bit. You had me going there for. Are you sure?
I've
You don't
never
have
done
at
any
all?
drugs. I don't drink.
Okay.
I don't have sex. To protected sex. Unprotected sex, I mean.
Are you saying your little cherry's been popped, my little baby boy? Oh yes, I'm so proud of you. I want every detail.
Oh, I regret this conversation starting.
Was it the short queen friend with all the limbs?
No, it was a
Was
large.
it the one with the furry friend?
It was a
not the tall
large
one?
orc.
Oh, okay, muscle
Mhm.
mommy. All right, you and your father have something in common.
Oh, see now these are the kind of comments I don't want to. I just wish you wouldn't.
Whoa.
Yeah, well,
feel
I'm your
she's-
mother. I can get away with this stuff.
I guess so.
I raised you really well, and look at you. So you can take my little. I'm no filter for the rest of my life. I heard it. It's like a new thing. It's a new thing. I heard like your new generation is talking about hashtag no filter. I'm hashtag no filter now.
Misheni
Just
just
not gonna stop.
in the other room just surreptitiously slides you a little
A bump
little
of
beverage.
cocaine?
Little,
No,
no,
sorry.
little beverage. Little adult
Okay.
beverage. Just like,
Okay, so another substance.
yeah.
Thank you. Take a
No
shot.
problem. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. You're able to concoct some. Why don't you go ahead and roll? If you're doing this in like a mundane fashion, not like a magical fashion, why don't you go ahead and roll? What is a cooking check? No, let him cook.
Jesse, we cook.
Jesse, we need to cook.
Is it sleight of hand? I mean, I'm like molding little
No.
chalk pieces.
I would say it's like a survival check.
How about a persuasion check?
Hey, Chalk. Become Chalk.
Unless you want to
Sticks,
persuade
please.
your mom to cook stuff for you.
Survival, you said?
Yeah.
Do you
Yeah, I
need
can
some
do
help,
that.
Tammy? I know your mom was already giving you kind of shit for what we're just here.
Sure. I'm just
Oh.
trying to make this chalk into chalk.
It's
Oh,
like mix this with this and then make it hard.
oh, okay. That makes sense.
It looks like he has like an idea of what he wants to do, but he does not.
Oh,
know how
maybe
to go
I'll
about
make it
doing
into the shape, and then I'll use prestidigitation to dry it so that it dries into the sticks.
That makes sense. Maybe we also just blow some wind over it, make sure it's nice and, cool after the thermal reaction of whatever else you're putting into it.
It's
Cool.
just gems. I don't. Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Depends on what gems you're doing.
So, Tamron, why don't you go ahead and roll
Just
me an
an
Arcana
assortment.
check for me, real quick?
Because nothing about the spell says it has to be magical chalk. It just says rare chalk encrusted in gems.
Yeah, but this is not
So-
rare chalk.
Could
But the
he do-
chalk, I feel like chalk that's encrusted in gems is rare chalk, right?
Tamron, roll an Arcana check.
Could he do it at advantage because Miss Shani is helping
Yeah,
him?
absolutely.
Okay.
You could also it's a prepped roll. It's something that you realize while you are cooking with it. So if you want to
I'm also
expedited wit
I'm just-
yourself, you can.
Yeah, I'm extremely witty.
It's funny because wit is charisma, not intelligence. So it's a very interesting name for that spell.
It depends
22.
on what side of things you're doing.
22. Yeah. So one of the things you realize is like, okay, cool. This is the great, like, you could do this with you and Macheni, no problem. You can get this done. You can make a bunch of chalk that is gem encrusted. You also realize, like, well, it needs to start. It needs like a jump start. It needs some sort of thing to like activate the thing. It needs to activate the crystals within it. They need to be somehow magically charged in order to be able to accept a charge, something like that. You need to somehow inject some flavor into these chalk, or by flavor I mean magic.
A little seasoning, a little
Yeah.
sauce.
Yeah.
You gotta jumpstart
Well-
these chalk sticks.
Little old bay,
How do you do that?
I guess I'll try it. Well, shocking grasp seemed to work on my
Sure.
mom, so
That'll work. You just kind of like
Z-
you like hand a lump of like gem dust and like a homogeneous mixture of gem dust and chalk dust that's kind of wet to Macheni. She kind of like molds it and forms it. Well, you mold it with like mold earth, and then you hand it to her, and she like dries it. When like, you like work with prestidigitation, she helps you with everything, and then she hands it back to you, and you just shock it, and you just see the all the gems that are within just kind of become more iridescent, and it's working easily enough. You guys are able to churn out, I'd say probably 300 gold worth of a rare chalk with out of the 200 gems, and only 20 gold worth of chalk. So you're able to make a profit out of it at the very least.
so I've got like 6 pieces.
You've got 6 uses of transportation circle. Yes.
Cool.
Ooh.
Yeah.
If you want to make more, you can. You realize there's probably faster ways to create this chalk through magical means, but
Sometimes it's
this
nice
took a
to
couple
just do a
hours.
mundane task, though.
Yeah. It more depends on like if you're in a hurry or something like that.
Yeah.
Cool. Nakano, are you just hanging out?
Yeah.
Cool.
They're cool.
How much gems do we have left?
I think Nakano like checks as she goes into her pocket, and she reaches in and she like, feels something that is not usually there, and she pulls it out. She's like, "That's weird. I don't remember stealing that." And you move your hands around and you put some gems back in your pocket. You try to decrowd your hand, and you see there's like a little like marble in your hand that feels kind of dusty, and it's like looks like it's like a tiny little replica of like a moon or like a little planetoid that's just there, and you don't remember this at all. But you feel like a deep connection with it.
Me?
No.
Oh, I was gonna say. I
No,
was,
me.
Yeah.
Because Nakano's got the one. She's got all the loot. So
Right. Okay.
she was like reaching and say, "Oh, let me check how much we have," and she noticed this thing, and she gets a little distracted.
Yes. Sir.
No. So. I've seen something like this before.
This looks like a replica, just like a smaller replica of the orb, of like the
Yeah.
planetoid in your dreams. But that was destroyed. As far as you can understand.
Well,
This is like your soul token, by the way. Like, meta knowledge. This is like one soul token.
Sulkin.
my
So
somebody I know.
No, this is just
Oh.
like kind of like your 9th level ability of your soul token from your Phantom Rogue. Like
Oh,
manifesting.
okay.
Like
Got
this
it.
is you just reach in and you have one of those, and it's how you become familiar with the ability, like because you feel a deep connection with it. You also feel like there's power in it, like with death, and it's definitely the embodiment of it. And you can like Nakano herself might not know what it is, but she might instinctively use it in a moment of the player's choosing in order to do the thing. You know, just kind of how we're role playing that. Make sense?
Yeah.
Cool. But yeah, if you use 200 gold, there are 600 gold worth of gemstones left. Cool. And Nakano still has that 290 platinum. All right, awesome. So here's the deal. I think we're going to fast forward, unless there's anything else, any other errands or things you guys wanted to do. How many days of downtime did you want to take, or did you want to like get to it right away?
I want to try to solve the mystery about Mima, or like at least what I can, or at least dig a little bit further with
Well, I feel like
Okay,
whatever
cool.
whatever information Hurt can give. Or
Okay, so but before that goes on any further, let's do the thing. Let's set the scene. I think after cheeseburgers, there's a time where
I don't have
everybody's full.
cheeseburgers because it's made up beef, and I'm a cow, so
Right.
No cannibalism.
Some indirect
today.
cannibalism.
you're not really a cow, though, are you?
It's like
Like,
Fear bugs just kind of like look like cows. They're like they're
Yeah.
giant kin.
so
yeah,
you're saying I don't got 6 nipples?
If you want 6 nipples, you can have 6 nipples to scoop.
Or
Like, I'm
3?
not gonna
Or is
fucking-
it 4? I
Does
don't
the scoop
I don't
have
know.
udders?
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, can you roll for this?
No,
Like,
let's
Roll
not do
for
this right now.
udders. Roll for
Oh
udders.
Oh my
Roll
God,
for
we're rolling
udders.
I probably
Jesus, go ahead. Roll to see if you have. Well, you're male. Why would you have an udder?
you still have
Just
nipples.
for fun.
That's what I'm saying. I have
Still
nipples,
have
not
nipples.
udders.
Do bulls have nipples?
Yeah.
All
mammals-
creatures, all mammals,
mammals.
have nipples because they are originally female in the womb before they receive the chromosome in order to become male.
Well,
Almost.
I ain't never
correct
seen
me
a
if I'm
I
wrong.
ain't never seen a bull titty. I'm just saying.
Oh.
it's not
Under
pronounced,
the
but it's
fur.
there. Just like
Just like you don't see dog nipples automatically. You gotta, like,
Ramsey's got nipples.
yeah. So do
Yeah.
you, Sean. It's because you were female before you were male.
I have
it's not-
nipples, TJ. Can you milk me?
Don't you fucking analyze that, me. How dare you?
No, that's Meet the Parents.
Meet the Fockers, Meet the Parents.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, fuck. Oh, my God. Anyway.
so we went down a rabbit
Actually,
hole.
males
Yeah.
can lactate a little bit, actually. They can. Go ahead. Some can. Go
Was
ahead.
this?
Really?
I don't know
Yeah.
where we're.
Some
I don't know
people-
where
some
we're
men
at.
have a
Was this a
condition.
nipple check?
Yeah, well, I think specifically udder check, but
Okay.
I guess
Oh, you
he's
want
not
to
allowed
still
to have
roll?
udders.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
Can't
6.
have an udder. Like,
You can. Well, but he could have a pronounced.
I'm going to use the world inspiration to hopefully get
I'm
a
sorry.
20 so I
I'm
get an
sorry.
honor. No.
I didn't mean to be like, no, you can't have this type of genitalia. You can have whatever genitalia you want.
It's
Cam, in
it's
my-
not genitalia. It's a thing, but
I got a 6.
It gets
Is
a
it
form of
mammary?
mammary.
I don't know what I'm
Yeah.
really rolling for right here, but
You got a 6, so you have
6
6
udders.
nipples. You have 6 nipples, but no udder.
out of a D20? What? If I got a 20, that's 20 nipples?
Oh.
You have to get 16. 16, you would have an udder and 6 nipples. 20
Okay.
nipples.
Is it 6 or 4?
what do you
Because-
want, dude?
What? Cam, please.
don't
Can
know
we move
anything.
on? Please. Please. I'm begging.
We'll get you some
Yeah.
udders. We'll sew them on.
I
I
mean,
don't want
we're a
anything.
good
I don't
doctor
know
that
what
can
we got
help.
here.
you
I
know?
didn't
It's,
want to do this. Why did you make me do this? And next thing, everybody's going to be like, hey, how big is my dick? Hey, a little roll for length, width, and height.
That was fun though.
Oh, my God.
That was
You get like
Special
nat
time.
20 or something.
I mean, I could
Be
do
like, what are my
cosmetic
cup
surgery
size?
if you
What's
want
the size
to
of
do
my
a scope.
vulva?
It's
Like,
just,
we're
you
not
know.
doing this. Like,
All right.
I should be able to
I'm
choose.
peer
those
pressured,
things.
man.
you could do whatever. I don't care. You're the
What's-
ones that
what's
wanted
your
to roll. I
character?
didn't care.
Let's just get on with it.
Okay, so we've fast forward after burgers and all this stuff that you have a little powwow among yourselves to.
I'm not writing that down. Okay.
Yeah, please don't. Where
6
you guys be
nipples,
like, okay, hey, let's talk about what's going on. And I think both Scoop and Tamara bring up like, hey, so what's the deal with this Masha shit, and why did this happen to my mom? And take it from there. And all of you are around, so it's your responsibility now to propel this conversation and this discussion. And we can put back on the.
We
All right. I mean, it's your life on the line the most, I think, and considering who was targeted
yeah.
as well, right? Like, do you want to go see her now, or do you want to wait a little bit?
My opinion is that we should see her now, but it's we make a decision as a party, so that's that's my choice.
Okay.
But what do other people want to do? That's a democracy.
Well, we did got leads on the line syndicate for
Yep.
when I talked to Hurt. And what were you doing? I think you were trying to get some chalk.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to get chalk. I got chalk.
Yeah.
I mean,
And
yeah.
boy, how.
Do you? I mean, the only thing I can think of is like, that's very far away, and very far away from
Yeah.
our ship, our home, etc. It's even far away from where I'm from, and I'm pretty far away from here.
Hundreds of thousands of miles away.
So
It is like almost the farthest possible
Yeah,
spot.
it's
from
very
where
far.
You are. It is clear across. Like, you are beyond the east coast of the continent. This is on almost the west coast of the continent.
Yeah.
So, are you confident that you can get back here to where we want to be? You know.
Well, that's the thing. I know I'm pretty confident that I can get there, and I'm pretty confident I could get back to the Sutamabura.
Uh huh.
But we have to figure out where that is, and if it's somewhere around here, right? So maybe we can just kind of figure out, we can send our ship to wherever the Sutamabura is, and we can kind of meet up there and rendezvous with the Sutamabura. It would be good to check up with them because we have some cash that we can give them that we just plundered, right?
Yeah. Plus, I mean, it might be good being witnesses for the trial too. I don't know when that's happening exactly, but I know that it was quite a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, as long as we can get back here relatively easily. I remember from, talking to my sister recently through weird means that I know how to get back home. My home, anyway. But that's still not anywhere near where we are now.
Do you know how to get to Bebas?
I do.
Oh. Bebas?
Bus is, yeah,
Bebas?
it's not too hard. Actually makes a lot of sense with the runes that were chosen, but yeah, I know how. She told
Okay.
me. But again, rather get back here if we can. And as long as you're confident with that, I'm good to
I
go
mean,
wherever you want in.
I'm not totally confident. I think I know the spell to get to teleportation circles, but again, it depends. Maybe can we send to the Sutamabura and ask where they are?
You want me to
Yeah.
Or
send
where they're
the
headed?
Seeker?
Yeah.
Aren't they in Svesh? And staying there? Because
Are they? Is that where the Sutamabura is?
You guys don't know where the Sutamabura is. I'm actually looking up the last information you got about the Sutamabura, which is not part of the crew. The Pambringer. Yeah, you didn't. You don't know where they are. You know that they were headed to Namung, but you don't know their progress of travel. I think you made an estimate at some point, but the
We're
best
trying to
you
get
can find
to
would be
the Soval Atoll. Is that where we're trying to
the
get?
Saval
Yeah.
Atoll. Yeah.
I mean, we do need to follow the bird poops, yeah?
Yeah, that's the next one we were going to, right?
Yeah.
Granted, you did remember when you sent to the Sutamabura last time that they said, "Hey, we're about to head to Namung. Like, we're gonna be there soon because we're gonna try to do the whole court case and sue the Northern Dynasty for breaking their the peace treaty and the ceasefire and try to get justice for the survivors of cultural injustice and everything. And you had said, we'll help out, and you needed to like grab some evidence. I remember you did at some point grab some evidence in some places and gather some people, but that is also on your list. That was one of the things that it's kind of on the way-ish. But not, unfortunately, you're now south. You would have to actually go the opposite direction and up around. You also know that Namung is technically the commerce capital, or like the capital, the de facto capital of the Northern Dynasty. However, it is not the seat of power of the dynasty.
It's the New York to the Washington D.C.
Yeah. Because the dynasty actually lives in the temple up in the mountains, or supposedly. But that is the capital.
It might be, maybe it's better just to leave our ship where it is and just travel from, if the Sudamaburo is in Namung, just travel by land back to Long Deck.
You could. It would be, let me take a look at this. It looks
It's not too far, and I'm sure there must be some kind of like system of travel, right? Some kind of public transportation.
Right, you would think there'd be at least a ferry or something.
And from Namung, there's
with a ferry.
Right, Namung is that's advanced capital. So there's you name it, you could probably find something. As far as the amount that you would have to travel, it looks like you'd have to travel somewhere between like 80 and 100 miles.
That's not crazy.
No, overland.
Yeah, considering.
I feel like it's better than trying to sail around like this fort.
Mm-hmm. Namung is also one of the capitals that absolutely would have its own transportation circle somewhere, among one of the either.
Right, but I'd have to know about it, right?
Yeah, you don't know about it yet. But which is the Sudamabura is, like as you mentioned before, if they're docked there, it would take you to the port there. Yeah.
Do you know what's? Remind me again, because it was a long couple days. What does Lady Masha Eramak want with you? Why does she want you there? What was the pretext?
She wasn't super clear. Let me read the letter.
Okay. Because I feel like that might inform our decision.
Just find it. Your attention and attendance is requested by Lady Masha Ehrenbach as patron and sponsor of the College of the Unearthed. She wants to talk about my findings. So it's about my thesis, supposedly.
Okay. So.
But I have my own questions to ask her.
Yeah. No, I mean, given how much money she probably paid old Cameo, etc., she probably knows that you have it now, right? Some faction. I'm also assuming she's got great power, right?
My only worry is that, do I have information that she doesn't want to get out? Is that why she's inviting me? Is she going to kill me?
I don't know. Possibly. What do we made?
Well, she probably would have killed me anyway if she wanted to.
Well, maybe. What if she almost tried to kill your mom?
Yeah.
Maybe she tried, yeah.
But wasn't she sending Goodberry wine to help?
Was it to help, or was it just in general to help what? I don't know. I don't.
Oh, correction. When you had noticed, perhaps there could be Goodberry wine, is that you remember hearing about how there was a report of Goodberry wine, helping certain ailments and stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
But it went missing, right?
Yeah, it went missing. It was an order from the Aaron box, but it wasn't but it kind of went missing.
So, I mean. Is it worth either way? At least sending something being like a receive memo kind of thing to her.
Well, she already knows because when I opened it, it did some magic shit.
Okay.
So she knows that I read it. She knows that I have seen it. I think I told Pendleton that I received it too.
Right, your mentor. Okay. So I mean, I feel like as long as we respond politely, maybe we could delay a little bit, but not long. Right, at this point. But I don't, I would assume that a Scoopy would want to maybe respond on our behalf if we wanted to go that route, or we go like tomorrow. I'm fine doing whatever. Just thinking through everything that went on, and I'm going to keep an eye on what she does, etc. Because this is the fact that the dog had an elven kind of, collar was very weird. There aren't that many elves here. Not to be racist, it's just it's an odd connection.
It is. It seems dangerous.
Yeah.
But at this point, I don't know where else to go. Like, I don't like if it's a trap. Even if it is a trap, I don't know like how to avoid her eventually killing me without just me confronting her and figuring out what's going on.
Yeah. I mean, does anybody else have any objections to going and doing that, or going and doing something else related to, obviously the bird shits that we were trying to follow before? This seems like a detour rather than a main thing, but
I just never know what our main objective is.
Nobody does. It's life.
Yeah, what are we
right?
doing here? Honestly.
Yeah. Right? I mean, I feel like at the end of the day, we need to do something because these idols are obviously doing something to this world. There's clearly spots where there were. We could go through them. There's connections to their planes. I can feel them. But at the same time, do we need to know what we're going to have from breakfast tomorrow? No.
Mm-mm.
It's
the other thing is,
crap.
Masha might have information about what's going on that will help us combat this, and maybe that's why she wants to see me so urgently, is so she can help us like deal with what's going on over here.
I mean, if she's one of the main sponsors of the college, she could be very knowledgeable. Yeah. So,
Yeah.
I'm more towards the bird poops. It's just my god made the bird poops. I gotta go with my god.
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying we do that. I'm saying we take like a day to go speak to Masha and then pop right back, and then maybe a couple more days to get, I don't know.
This trip was supposed to be a day. It's now 4 days. Or 3. In Londeck. It was supposed to be like a few hours.
I guess I'm saying that there is like a time situation with Masha because she said to come right away.
What if, just thinking here, what if we still say, hey, received your letter, Lady Masha Ehrenbach, love you, whatever, plead to her ego, etc. But then say, I need a couple days to spend with my mom, who's recovering from surgery. We go do the thing that we want to do, then we go over there.
But it's going to take weeks to go to the CrestVahllen Atoll, right? I mean, like...
Will it? Do you know any spot closer, or I mean, just because?
No, that's the closest one, and it's far.
Okay, all right. I mean, she can't. I can write a doctor's note saying she needs a couple weeks of bed care. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Some help.
Okay. Maybe.
If she asks.
This makes me really nervous to ignore her.
It's up to you. Whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
But it's again, I'm good for either way. I also feel like I've seen the shit that comes out of these idols. It's not good.
I also feel like she's going to have information to help us deal with it.
All right.
But
What time of day is it?
I'd say it was about like early afternoon.
Nakano, you're a little quiet. What's your thoughts on this? It's tough. It's not an easy
It's a
decision.
lot. Oh, I definitely want to get out of here.
I'll say 2 days max for Lady Masha.
Yeah, I don't.
That's
That's
for me.
at least just like a day. I think was the max, just to
Yeah.
talk to her and then dip out.
I mean, could we even say that as like like wonderful, lovely to meet you. We'd love to meet you. We can only take a day out of our time, unfortunately, because we need to go take care of some other things. Some like heads up that we'll only be there for a limited time. Would that be helpful?
Yeah, but again, she just wanted to meet me and discuss. I
Yeah.
don't think it's a time commitment.
Just point of order, it looks like it's about 250 miles between here, Long Deck, and the CrestVahllen Atoll, which would take about, just traveling via your ship. Sorry. Whoops. Nope, that's not right. About 8 days, give or take. If you're traveling by ship. Continue. But you would know that.
This also depends on where the Sudamaburo is. Maybe we should just find that out now.
Yeah, maybe we can. If you're okay with it, would you be willing to send a couple messages to the Sudamaburo, the Seeker, obviously, and find out if they're okay, and then.
I thought they were all at the Mo. That's where we left off.
That's what they were going, but I don't think we knew if they ever got there, right?
We brought them there. We went
No,
through
you
that
didn't.
time. No.
No, they got close, but it wasn't necessarily that they were there yet and where they were going to have the trial. I thought it was.
No, last time you saw the Sudamaburo and were in contact with it was in Zoncourt.
No, we had to go out and rescue them because they got trapped in that wall continuum.
Oh, that was
And-
off the coast of Saivesh.
No.
When they were being
was
assaulted
it?
by some of the undead. Yeah, because Bicam bidded you farewell. It was off the coast of Saivesh because
Was
they
that
had
with
to go.
Carver?
Because they had to go around the Sinsu Atoll the long way, because going through between Fort Tanin and the Sinsu Atoll could have been dangerous for them, because they could have been stopped by some excessive force like types of guards and stuff before they could have gotten to Namung, and so they went through between the Wellwall A12 and the Sinsu Atoll, because that's the safer part than between Wellwall A12 and like the coast of the Southern Dynasty for Chumarat. And they went around, and then they're curving around the Sinsu Atoll. They were off the coast of the Saivesh, and you guys went and like took care of the stuff that was going on there, and the Seeker was there, and there was the transportation circle there, and some
Yeah.
some people, you get a sending saying like, "Hey, somebody's here."
Hey,
Milady Masha
here's
shows up
the
to the
message.
Grounder estate in all her glory.
maybe not her, but at least one of her missives, right? Still in their glory.
Nah, straight up her, just there, being like, "Bitch, why didn't you answer my fucking missive?" So it's possible. Time would dictate that it's possible they could have gotten in among, unless complications are there. But the
Who is
best
it?
way would be to check in with them.
I have a question, GM.
What's up?
Oh,
Since I was just in communication with my sister, trying to figure out where we are on the time
Scared me.
stream of things. Did the things with the moon happen already at this point, or no? In days, it had not
Good
quite yet.
God.
If it had, if in days it had not yet. If it did, then because time's wibbly wobbly, then
You're also like a day ahead of like
it's like a day behind or more.
Oh.
It's weird. So it's up to you.
Why?
Just we're trying to decide what to do with our lives right now.
Yeah, but why?
So I can
Why does the moon matter?
because of the things that Trishani and Zemdak found on there. And everybody else once they got there.
Oh, I shouldn't have had multiple campaigns running at the same time.
It's if not, it's fine because it hasn't happened yet in true time.
Time is wibbly wobbly.
But
I
it's
don't think it's.
wibbly-wobbly.
I would say for now, just disregard. It's not relevant right now.
Cool.
So just
Okay.
move the way you need to move, and then at some point it'll just become precedent, and it'll be like that from now on.
Okay.
Okay.
Just trying to.
It's just not relevant in a certain situation.
So. Okay,
Guess
so we're
we're
not
going
too
to
far.
Airbach.
Yeah.
Timon, do me a favor, roll a history check.
I mean, if everybody wants to, if we want to go to the poo, I'm just worried that she's gonna kill me.
You want guidance?
Oh, that's a natural 20.
Ooh.
For a total of.
15.
History.
Mm-hmm.
Why not add a D6 on top of that?
Yeah, it's fine.
And a D4.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Guidance, yeah. Sure, that's the prep.
Let's
thing,
think about this. What do we want?
29.
29. Okay. Are you ready?
Yikes.
Yeah.
Here we go.
All right.
A couple things you realized before is that Masha Ehrenbach not only is the matriarch of the Ehrenbach estate and the Ehrenbach family, one of the only remaining elven like bloodlines and houses that trace their lineage all the way back to the Celendian Empire, which was the elven empire that swept across the continent to try to take over the entire continent, and were stopped by the Razorfang agreement. But you remember seeing that there were elven ruins in Sigh of Ash. Do you remember? And
Yeah.
you had spotted a couple other things, and then it doesn't make any sense because the elves never got that far east. It makes
No, yeah,
zero
this is a
sense.
concern. Yeah.
And not only that, that wasn't the only one you saw. Remember when you found that well that was like flat, and there were other elven. There was like an elven barracks there. That's when you
Yeah.
found the Blade of Galadriel, and you found
Yeah.
that like helm that was illusory. Like there were other elven establishments. Like
No, I know.
And as you're thinking about them, like they date back to the time when that Celendian Empire was a thing. Like they had the capability to do a pincer attack and take over the continent, but they never did. Why? And you realize that, okay, cool. If Ehrenbach has been around for so long,
Wait.
they trace it.
I'm going to pull out one important person if he wants to come out. I'm trying to pull out Sir Trellius for this conversation.
Woo!
Oh, yeah?
Hey, oh.
Okay,
Little
cool.
throwback.
Cool.
Why don't you go ahead and roll me a spellcasting check? For you, it's just a straight wisdom check.
Shit.
If you're prepping this, yeah, you can guide yourself for this. I don't have a problem
I mean,
with that.
I
Yeah.
can guide you too.
Yeah, it's totally fine.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, because you know
Yeah.
you're about to do this. You're prepping this. Yeah, absolutely.
I
Where's
just
my
tap
other?
into something else, and I'm like, no.
Granted, everything that I'm explaining is happening inside of Tamrin's head. I think once he decides to, verbally pontificate upon it.
I would be pontificating as I'm thinking. Be like, wait, hold on.
Sure, you
want
wanna
to
do stream of consciousness. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely, cool.
Okay.
What'd
What's
you get? It's a wisdom check plus your D4.
plus D6 or what was it?
No, it's you did a guidance, so it's just guidance plus
did
so a
guidance,
D20
yeah.
plus your wisdom modifier plus just a
Oh, it's
spellcasting
not.
check.
It's not two guidances then.
You
Or
can't.
just-
You cannot gain
okay,
a
okay.
benefit from two spells that have the same name. It's a rule.
Plus, if
I'm
you're,
gonna. So,
if I may, if you're doing the thing, you can't also usually guidance yourself unless you're like.
You
Okay.
can, but like because
Declaring
he was thinking about it and he's like, what if I tried to pull out Charlie? He could absolutely guidance himself, but you can't get the same spell. You can't get the benefit of the same spell twice.
okay.
Right.
So I did a world inspiration because it was
Okay.
god awful,
Okay.
I mean,
and
no,
I got
wait,
a 19.
Wait, no, don't do that. Do
No.
well. I think about another reality in which you could have succeeded and add another D4 to it. It's a reaction.
Oh, as you're using one of your Horizon things.
What check are you
No,
making?
as a prescient knight.
Oh, as her prescient knight, because Noelle took Miss Shenny took her third level in fighter, and her new fighter subclass is called prescient knight, which has kind of visions of the future before things happen.
So
What
this
check
would
are you making, a scoop?
A
I'm
straight
making-
wisdom check.
Oh,
so
to
this
pull
is
out
a auspicious warning, if you will.
Yeah.
Spell.
So he like starts
do I
playing on
have-
the stylophone, and you realize, no, not that key. Before you start playing, do it
Right,
in C
'cause
sharp minor
I
instead.
just from my other selves, I'm like, oh shoot, that's not the right key that we need to.
Yeah, and you pick the most esoteric, hardest fucking key. You like do it in C sharp minor,
So that would be 19.
and make sure it's
Mixolydian.
mixolydian. Yes, fucking thank you.
That would be 19 without the world
19.
inspiration.
Cool. So the DC was
Yes.
17. So nice job.
Oh, sorry.
You're able to pull out Trellius. So like there's like. And you start going into like you start going to like a sea shanty type of thing, and Trellius eventually like kind of you see this mix of like music given foreign synesthesia kind of cloud emerge from the stylophone as it just kind of creates this just from the torso up as the rest of it is bonded kind of genie style like it would be to the lamp but into the stylophone of the Sir Trellius before you. And
Trelly.
yeah, you're like, hey, Trelly, stay right there. Listen to what I'm about to say. And so I'm going to continue with this information so that, and then you guys can get some more information too, because this person did live around that time. So, cool. So you know under that, like, okay, so the elves had some sort of bastions here. They were aware of the well walls. They seem to have been aware of the well walls' capabilities as well, and they had absolutely the ability to like just take over everything, but they didn't. And why? And remember what was carved onto the table that said, does anybody remember what was carved on the table in Elvish? Where at the place where you got the Blade of Haladriel, where the
I have to
wall
get my
was
other
flat?
notebook.
Other notebooks over there.
It
It was still.
was something
yeah.
along the line like they knew the truth and they didn't tell us. Like they fucking knew the truth and they didn't fucking tell us, or something along those lines. And they like had died like on the fucking table. And then remember, like it looks like a bunch of other people had succumbed to the same thing that a scoop has partially succumbed to as well, accessing forbidden knowledge that shouldn't be there, shouldn't be accessed. And and there's that whole other mystery about, which is well known history about how the Celendian Empire was at a stalemate with the Razorfang agreement for a long, long time. And then the Celendian Empire just kind of dispersed and retreated, and nobody knows why. Like the war just ended and nobody really knows why. And there's this other thing that you realize, like, okay, cool. I also know the Aeon box are famous. That last name is famous for having the most longevity of all of the elven families that have ever existed. That's like one of their claim to fame. And because that they tout the most wisdom because they've been around the longest, so they are not people to be fucked with because they've been through so fucking much. They can see what's coming before it happens because they have so much passion recognition just from being around for so long. Like they know they've seen it all, so they know what's gonna fucking go down. Which is like it's like people like when immortal people live for so long, it's really hard to trick, fool them, that type of thing. And they have a lot of skills because they've had an immense amount of infinite time to do that. And that's the Aeon box thing. You also realize, Tamron, that as you're mentioning this, and you're figuring like, oh yeah, cool. Yeah, I've heard other tales about how other families of the in Sarnlaw of the Lithuanian Confederacy have their own claim to fame, like the Trellius family. As Trellius speaks up and he's like, "Well, my family was what did he have, like an Italian accent or something like that?"
No, not quite. Right? If I'm,
It was like-
if I'm remembering
You
correctly.
changed
Aren't
it a
elves
few
French?
times.
They are French.
No, they are Italian. Elvish
No.
is more close to like Italian. Silver.
But it's like Toulet and like
Yeah, I was wondering that. Yeah.
That's
and like
that's pre-Elven. That's Fey. That's Sylvan is Fey and pre-Elven. That's where the elves came from. That's French. So
It had
rather
more
than
of the
Latin-
accent though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
use more French accent than
Yes,
Italian.
which would make sense because of stuff. So he was like more like, yes, yeah, I knew of how I was
He
part
was
of the
so-
Trellius family, and the Trellius family were the holy knights, the holy warriors to at the behest of House Folont, but the Ehrenbachs were always kind of the de facto head of people. You do not fuck with the Ehrenbachs. There was also House Urielor, who were these bloodlined, eugenic people that like just like all the elves, who made sure that they birthed certain people in order to make sure that they would have access to very good hunter abilities, magics.
What was their name again?
Urielor.
So there's among this whole conversation, you realize that there's four big families: the Ehrenbachs, which are like kind of the de facto head. If you asked any of the other houses, they wouldn't admit it outwardly, but it's kind of like, yeah, they're because they've been around for so long and they always win their fucking passive aggressive battles. The House Follant, which is the kind of
Spell.
Pholont, which is the head of the religious order, like the liturgy order, the of like so,
Clergy.
yeah, the clergy of the Lithuanian Confederacy, of like, Sarnla, of the remaining, like, high class, highborn bloodline elves, and they are in charge of, like, the clerics and like stuff like that. They consider themselves on par with, if Ehrenbach were like the president, the House Follant would be the Pope. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Because technically, like, same level of,
Pontifex.
but yeah, kind of like Pontifex and everything. But it's actually called. Their leader, actually, you would know this, Tamron, because you got a fucking 29, and working with Trellius, you'd be able to figure this out. And god damn it, but you actually know the leaders of each of these houses. The House Follant is led by Exarch Phimoria Orleno, which Trellius knows. Like, Trellius knows them personally.
Can you please
Yes.
spell that?
Exarch, EXARCH.
Wait,
Sure.
Okay.
That's just the title.
EX.
EXARCH is just their title, like the religious,
Sure.
like, high king leader. But it's a female, female half elf, actually,
Sure.
which is
Exarch.
very interesting. There's a female half elf
Right. To get
to be
that
in
high.
charge of a pure bloodline type of thing. Granted, the Folants lean more towards faith than they do like eugenics, but still.
Exarch.
Exarch Phimoria, Phimoria.
What's the last?
Orleno is her surname.
Phimo.
Phimoria. Exarch Phimoria Orleno. Orleno is spelled like Orleno. Orleno. Orleno.
And on Phimoria, was there an H at the very end or not?
No, just
Okay.
PH.
What was that?
Exarch Phimoria Orleno.
Okay.
PHIMORIA Orleno. ORLENO. Exarch Phimoria Orleno is the head cleric, if you would, like the pope of the
Sure.
of the religious order, the clergy of. They pretty much, like, their gods have more to do with like ancient Fae and other like elven gods that have more to do with making sure that they are the believing. It's kind of like the whole thing about like believing that their race is the one that's supposed to inherit the earth or inherit CrestVahllen or Vantiria. And she's like the head priestess or whatever of the authority of the. Okay.
That's very fun
Apparently,
facts,
yeah,
like,
apparently.
Sorry, you guys can't hear.
But let's do some mystical here and everything, because we're talking about like interesting stuff. So that's House Follant, House Pholont. So it's really interesting because Exarch Phimoria Orleno doesn't have the last name Follant, but yet she's the head priestess or the
Right.
exarch of thing. Weird, but that's the those are the facts.
Interesting.
There are four houses: House Ehrenbach, House Follant, House Trellius, which you're familiar with, and House Urielor. Urielor is spelt URIULOR. URIULOR. Now, Trellius will tell you, oh, yes, I'm familiar with House Urielor. That's when Trellius starts to speak up and he starts to say stuff. Like, yes, I'm familiar with House Urielor and House Follant and all of these houses. Yes, they've been around for a very long time. The House Urielor was this the house of people that they were just like all of us were very interested in bloodline, but they specifically made sure that certain people married other people in order to produce certain progeny that were powerful. And each time, each line, very Kwisatz Haderach, very Bene Gesserit style,
yeah.
very
thank you.
Bene Gesserit style. Like their thing was to eventually like create some sort of like super powerful uber being, very similar to like the Kwisatz Haderach from Dune. Like they were very Bene Gesserit about
The
it.
Uber elf.
Like the Uber elf, yeah. And so a lot of their family were filled with a bunch of sorcerers and very powerful huntresses and rangers. That was like their whole thing. They were good at taking care of problems. They were the militant sector that was secular for this, but they also did not like being part of this whole thing and under the thumb of the Ehrenbachs or the Folans or whatever thing. They liked doing their own thing, and they hoped to possibly come back on top at some point. You don't know, you haven't heard much contemporary knowledge about what's going on with all these things. That's the third. So Folant, Trellius, Urielor, and Ehrenbach. Now the Trellius family were kind of just. They kind of got absorbed. I don't want to say absorbed, but they kind of just became under the thumb of the Folant family because they're the holy warriors. They're like the paladins of the clergy of the Folant family, and they are knighted and paladin and like deemed holy warriors from the Folant family. And therefore, so we've got like the clergy section, and then we've got the secular section where like the clergy section is the Folant and the Trellius, and then the secular section is the Ehrenbach and the Urielor family. Now, the Urielor and Ehrenbach family don't like cooperate as much as the Folant family has nigh almost complete control over the Trellius family because of just how it is. Like your priestess says to do the thing, and the Trellius are like, yes, ma'am. This Trellius right here he was a holy warrior. He was a holy warrior that was part of, he's like, yes, I was part of the Templars, the Trellius Templars that were sent over to find these places in order to station them and so that they would be ready for whatever they needed it for. In fact, there was not the only one. There were several other sects of other people, but they were all Trellius. And he says that, and you're like, shit. If they were meant to scout other places that were on the east, like farther east than they actually went to, that almost always have connections to well walls or some like other ancient technology or some other technology that predates like everything else that you've ever seen from like your current understanding of civilization, there's a very good chance that the Ehrenbachs and the Urielors had no fucking idea that was happening. Granted, the Ehrenbachs and the Urielors during the Selendian Empire were nothing but just noble houses. They weren't like the ruling families of like the remaining elvish species. They were nothing but noble families, meaning that there was some, like during the Selendian Empire, the clergy part of the Selendian Empire had some sort of compartmentalized information and was doing their own, crusade, trying to go to the, like, reroute and perhaps grab power from the other side to claim the victory of the. You're realizing all this. You're like, as Trellius is trying to explain things, and you're just like, whoa, big brain time. As you're starting to like realize all these epiphanies. Understanding that there's a very good chance that the Ehrenbachs and the Urielors don't know that there's well walls east of Babas. Don't know that there's other elven establishments east of Babas. There's
so this is huge information that I'm discovering for them.
Yeah, it's huge. There's like you're making all these like, and this is like just
I might
basic.
be starting a civil war in this shit. Like,
and remember, like the Lithuanian Confederacy, the oligarchy of these four families, is like perhaps thousands of years after the Selendian Empire. So these are just descendants of the noble families during the Selendian Empire. Granted, it is rumored, and this is what you're going to get. This is that's the DC 28, and you got a fucking 29.
29, yeah.
It is rumored that Lady Masha Ehrenbach was present during the Selendian Empire. Like her longevity is that intense that she herself, as many as she said, no, it was my ancestors. There's a big old rumor going around that she, or a very, very subtle one actually, that she was there herself and that she personally was there. Now, as far as Lord Ehrenbach, you don't know. That's not part of the rumor. Who knows? But yes, very well, like they don't know that stuff is happening over there. And that was like just a church thing that they tried to take care of. And there could have been a civil war. You also know that there were deserters that fled to other parts, which led to, sub races of other types of elves, like wood elves and the Shalian Cradle and other stuff like that. Yada, yada. There's politics. Emperor Selendis just disappeared at some point. Like this is stuff that you just remember reading from all your history and doing some research. And like once you found out Lady Masha was like part of this thing, you started delving into it. And with working with some of the information that Nikana would have from traveling so far, of like listening to the Budke people that were talking about everything that was going along, since their history is word of mouth and it goes back to time immemorial. There's a lot of information you're starting to finally collect into one spot. You realize that something, because there's no reason why the Trellius family would have not, or like whatever those people were that were east of Babas, wouldn't have taken when they were ready, taken the opportunity to end the war and take over the Maw and take the Babas and just hit Razorfang from two sides. Something stopped them from doing so. You don't know what it was. The 28 DC that I said is that the rumors that Lady Masha has been here since the beginning of the Selendian Empire, meaning that there's a very good chance that even she doesn't know that those exist either, which would make a fucking whole lot of sense as to why she funded the College of the Unearthed, trying to find out shit that happened way back then that she was unable to know about when she was still alive, if that rumor is true. Not only that, one of the tenets and the mission statements of the College on the Earth is to find ancient, like bones, fossils, creatures, information, and send it back. If she's the maid benefactor, she wants to know everything about history that she wasn't able to see when she was alive. And I mean everything. But why? Why did she want all of this? Granted, it's like very Library of Alexandria. The Dark Ages happened because all the information was kept from everybody. So of course, the more you know, the more you can learn, the more advanced you can become, and the more you know, and you're able to predict what's going to happen. So whatever she's doing, she's consolidating knowledge from all eons, which you finally like pull back from that whole like mind palace scape, like everything is just a smaller version of something big, and you're just like, whoa, that mind explosion that happens to you, and you're realizing like, holy fuck, Lady Masha Erebach is the last person on the face of Vontiria that you want to fuck with, like the last person. And you're realizing like, shit, if I make this person wait, it could be the end of like of the Twin Isles in its entirety.
I gotta go, y'all.
2 days for me.
All right,
So let's go.
Are you good if just saying things usually don't go the way we plan? 3 days? 2 days
2
we aim
days.
for, 3 days is like
3
the
days
actual
max.
time we get.
I mean, yeah.
Okay. Should we tell Captain Avery to continue sailing towards?
She's gonna want us to continue our research, right? So she's not gonna want to keep us there. That's what
No.
we're there doing, right? Is the
Yeah.
research that she wants us to be doing.
That
So
was the official.
Our excuse is we want to get back to the research so we can give you more information.
Right.
So
So I mean,
see you later.
right.
Give us resources, help us out.
Right.
like
Help us, but also
Yeah.
tell Captain Avery, keep going towards the bird poop, and we'll meet you there in a few days. After
well, we
get
have
there.
how do we get there though?
Maybe she knows of something. I don't know. If she's been around for as long as you say, maybe she knows. I don't know.
Sorry, one last thing. You're familiar with another individual who was part of the Bardic University. It were part of the Bardic University proper, not the College of the Unearthed. That also has the last name Orlando. because you had correspondence and you had to like talk to a bunch of other people and you had to do projects together and shit. There is another individual called Olario Oleno III that became a bard from the house Tule, and you might have some sort of in with that person just because you like they technically were your peer in college, even though you like did homeschooling for the last.
Fuck you, TJ. I remember.
You remember Olario?
Yes, I do.
So it's like you know somebody of that last name. Like you're like realizing all these little all the red yarn is starting to connect across your cork board.
And there's a lot of red yarn.
Olario Oleno is Orlario, and then Oleno the third. So the same thing as Fimoria.
Orleno? What's that
Yeah,
name?
the last name is the surname Orleno. It's the Exarch's surname, Exarch Fimoria Orleno. Her surname is not Falant, even though she's the head of Falant.
Right. What's his deal?
again
What
is
is he?
odd.
He's
He's just
colleague
another-
of Machani?
He's part
No.
of the Orleno family, which could be part of the Falant family. Obviously, now that you realize and you put the dots together, that was also a bard in the Bardic College, in the Bardic University. That was one of your peers. You're one of your students. So like you had correspondence with a couple of other students that were actually in Tule doing stuff because you still talked and did
Oh, one
some
of my
projects and
peers?
stuff. Yeah, one of your peers was also a Bardic student, of one of the colleges, just of this college proper, not the College of the Unearthed, but another one that you had a letter here or two talking with if you had to do like a group project and stuff, kind of like a pen pal, like a temporary pen pal that you probably had. So Olario Oleno the third. So he's probably doing what you're doing right now, going about like trying to finish his thesis, write his epic. Yeah, for like the college proper, they go out. Their thesis is writing an epic, finding a good story to write a beautiful historical epic about, and then that's where that's how they mark their name into the indelible ink of history.
Right.
Whereas yours is like, I'm gonna find the dinosaur fossils that I can then mark my indelible ink into museums and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So a ton of this information comes flooding in, but you are realizing that just how dangerous the Ehrenbach family is. They are head of the aristocracy branch, and even though the elves themselves are an endangered species at the moment, it doesn't mean you have this moment of realization. If it was possible, if she is by any means related to the poisoning of your mother, doing that type of thing, or if she has anything to do with that, if all of this time of making sure the letter wasn't delivered until a certain time, and that someone felt a certain thing and somebody knew that you were a Drakesh at some point, and that they knew that a certain infecting a certain member of your family could possibly turn you into a walking time bomb of you're gonna die soon, and then use that as leverage. Like, these people are fucking smart as hell. These people are not people to fuck with. Like, they will get what they want. They have so much power. They have so much influence. They have so much reach. Even though they're technically all secluded into Sarnle and don't visibly have a bunch of power, they have so many tendrils across the entire continent that and they've been around for so long that they're happy to make it look like they're in their own little ivory tower in the corner of the world, slowly dying away. But you've experienced firsthand what it is they can do when they want something. And it doesn't even seem like if they really, really wanted it, you'd be there.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't be your choice.
I mean, you have a big kind of weird expression on your face. What's going on, Tammy? What are you realizing?
Seems like Masha Ehrenbach kind of controls everything.
Okay. So,
I feel like I need to talk with her, and I'm also afraid to. I'm a little scared,
that's fair.
just in general.
mean, that's why you've got friends, yeah?
Yeah.
Can be there with you.
I feel like I'm mixed up in something that's like, I feel like we're mixed up in something that's like really huge.
Yeah. That we didn't mean to when we poked our noses into it, yeah?
Yeah.
The only, I think, you realize, like, knowledge is a lot of power here. And the one thing that you know that she may not know is what you know about the elven ruins in the east.
She does know about that.
She knows ancillary information that you've reported to, possibly, if Pedro de Baville shared it. But it
Why
could
else would
very well
she
the
be
reason
so
why
interested in me suddenly?
Could very well be the reason why she's so interested in you, because someone knew something that she didn't.
I mean, there could be something else, too, besides what we saw early on. We don't know.
Yeah.
Trellius turns to you, Scoop, and says, I do know that during my time, I see, as you were talking, many things have changed because it's been who knows how many thousands of years. But the Arenbachs were just a noble family. They did not have an heir at the time. Of course, probably things have probably changed. They probably have hundreds of heirs by now. What if not? I don't know. In my time, I don't remember Lady Marsha ever taking a suitor. At least if she did, it wasn't. I was not aware of it. But who knows? Maybe she did, and she didn't tell anybody. I do not know. But
There has to be someone now, right?
yeah,
I mean, you don't know.
I have been apparently a phantom walking around an old ruin for many thousands of years.
Yeah. Still
I
keep
do
it to
know
my bargain.
if the Grand Masquerade is still a thing, that's probably a great place to have an excuse to go visit them. But it is already winter. We usually hold them at the mid-spring, so it's probably already passed. And as he said Grand Masquerade out loud, Nakano, you're like, Grand Masquerade? Wait, that's what those costumes were meant for me. That's what those dresses and that suit was meant for. It was meant for the Grand Masquerade. And I'm like, oh, well, that makes a lot of sense, but that's not for like several months now because it would have to be for next year.
I do remember, and I thought I told you guys, but I do remember from, when we had our beach day and I got to play volleyball with my sister. I do remember them kind of warning us about the Iron Box. I don't remember specifics, but I do remember those being
Yeah,
warned.
your sister, yeah.
Yeah.
Back, yeah.
And multiple times since then.
Well, since you both share the same knowledge now, are you able to figure that out?
You get
I
like
mean,
a
I don't know.
CNN breaking news kind of update.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know everything she knows. I mean, that would be...
Oh, okay.
I'm not one mind with her necessarily, but I do know she sent a couple messages, I thought. But
You get like the cliff notes.
yeah, I do know that Lady Masha is not somebody to be trifled with, and maybe not somebody to trust.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit. Right. Fuck, Machete. You get information because you're connected with Trisheni at some point of the Conclave.
Yeah,
You get information of the Conclave.
yeah, that's.
Go off, Queen. Go off, Queen.
So, what she was saying, at least yesterday, she was in a bit of a state. I'm not going to lie. She was in a bit of a state while we were doing surgery, but I was listening, taking track of everything, but she was telling me everything that I found out about what's been going on the last couple months since we saw them last, right? So, the Ehrenbachs are part of a bigger thing. It's not just them. It's not just them being able to live so long and still control the world, right? It's also other people that are involved. There's a bigger thing here, bigger forces there controlling the politics, everything else that is going on in the world. It's called the Conclave. The person, Emrys Ehrenbach, I'm pretty sure they warned you a scoop before, maybe they sent the message. At the very least, about I think Argus did.
Yeah, you would know that Emrys Ehrenbach is currently the adopted son of Lady Masha and her partner.
They had
Which makes sense. You would know their partner's name, Lord Alberto Ehrenbach. Yeah,
So
I'll spell that for you later.
they had warned us about the Argent Flame had warned us about them. But I think it's a bigger picture, and at least based on what they found, at least it's a much bigger picture. It's not just them; it's other people that are actually holding on to that and shaping world politics. For example, there's been some things happening. Karadim, for example, fell. I don't know if is anybody familiar with Karadim? It's a down the very southern part of the
Nakano
Razor
is.
Fang.
She would travel through there while being a part of the Red Lion Syndicate. It is the fortress that is at the southern tip of the Razor Fang mountain range that was meant to protect the Celendian Empire from circumventing the Razor Fang and going and hitting them from the other side.
So yeah, so it was kind of the like southernmost tip of the Razor Fang, which of course is on. Anyway, in Tfel there were zombies. The Argent Flame was there. But it was the Ehrenbachs that did it. But not just the Ehrenbachs necessarily was. Emrys was the one that initiated it, but under false guise, I guess. Trishani was saying. It was weird. Anyway, many people died. Other people are now turned to stone. It's not good. They've shut off that part. They're now trying to take over other parts in the entire Razor Fang. Think about what the Razor Fang is. It's a middle part of the continent. Again, this is all what Trishani is saying because, we had a nice
You
long
got it
talk.
wrong. What do I get?
You don't get anything.
I don't get anything. You didn't make the deal today anyway.
I didn't. So anyway, they are trying to take over the world surreptitiously through their means. It's this hidden conclave. There are also these warriors that nobody's heard of. Nobody's fought. Nobody knows. But they're deadly assassins. And I think, based off of what we saw before, we might have faced one. Dorkin and Rai, I think is what...
Yeah.
What
Your
Trishani had?
mind harkens back to the pink armored, 8-foot tall woman with these
Yeah.
two very powerful daggers that you like almost pulled the spine out of, that smiled as she teleported away after you were after Blue Boba punched you in a spot where like you need to go there and you just need to take
Before.
care of business.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And as Machini's describing this, like that fits. She describes how these Dorken and Rai are like just shadows and just myths of like, for lack of a better term, assassins that just when things are known that aren't supposed to be known, they go, they take care of it, and they leave no trace.
One of them almost killed Trishani.
Mm.
It was
Nobody's really nobody
hit.
like just has said to survive them because like they're a myth because anybody who's seen them has probably been killed by them. So there's not really they're a super big myth.
But yeah, had the others of the Argent Flame not been there, she would not be here. I would not be the same person that you know me as.
Do you guys remember what the pink armored individual asked you in their fury? Ooh, all this
I
exposition's
do.
coming up. Feels good, doesn't it? All these puzzle pieces.
I do, but I'm not.
You
gonna
guys
say.
remember? Yeah, no, you would know. You were there, both of you. You were there.
Do you all remember what that big, tall, pink lady said?
Not off the top of my head.
Because she looked at a scoop when she said it.
I think she asked about where
I was probably
Shade-
down or something.
Nah, you were like there. You're the one that like the first person that she saw when she saw you, as she was like marching towards you.
I think she asked the location of where Shade was.
Yeah.
Must be
Like, where
Noma.
is Shade? And she
Where's
looked
Shade?
furious.
She snarled. I remember. And then I remember we were talking about how she was dissing Nakano's kind of purple vibe, and I was like, no, Nakano knows what's up with fashion. She doesn't. Whatever. And then we had a nice little battle. It was fine. And we killed her. It was fine, but
Yeah, we also remember like Nakano as she was fighting with them was like, shit, these people are like, she knows about death and she knows like assassination and all that type of thing, and like these people, this is their profession. It's like a Greek soldier looking at a Spartan warrior was kind of like the paradigm that was feeling there. It's like these people, like that's their fucking profession. That's all they do. Nakano does it to survive. This is all they do.
I mean, all this to say, the Aeon box, at least from what they know, are involved in some major shit and major. I mean, if I remember, I think even the college of your college, Demi, is involved. Like she sponsored something.
Yeah, isn't she the the head of the college?
Yeah. No, there's
she's the benefactor.
Of
She's
the Bardic
sponsor.
College, which
She-
sponsors
Without
the
her power,
College of the
influence, and
Unearthed.
money, the College of the Unearthed
Yeah.
wouldn't have been a
But-
thing.
But at the same time, no. Oh, Christ.
So is she trying to use our information to take over the world? Is that what we're
Maybe.
realizing?
I don't know. I feel like this is too big. It's too big. The fact that why has she been around so long? Doesn't make sense. Honestly, it doesn't make sense even with my training, with everything that's happened with, like. I mean, I'm thinking about going back to like even my advanced classes in the college, like with Ganima Jin. That longevity, if Sir Trellius knows who she is, or supposedly knows who she is, and I
Yeah, he
know
pulled that
elves
name
long-
out of the air.
Yeah, he knew.
How? He's from thousands of years ago.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense with an elf. Even I know elves live a long time. Elves live a very long time compared to me. But like, it doesn't make sense. Their anatomy doesn't make sense.
Even with that being their supreme longevity of the Ehrenbach being their claim to fame, like that's still
Well, there could be some extreme magic going on here, right? I mean,
Right, but
could very
like,
well be, yeah.
why? What? I am.
You also know from just to kind of wrap up that knowledge of you from Trisheni is that if Lady Masha or of these other people that you know that appear to have their fingers in a lot of pots and a lot of cookie jars is a member of the conclave, they are not the only ones. It is a collection, kind of like the Pentaveret, like a very eyes wide shut type of. There is another. There are a collective of people, and if Lady Masha Erebach is only if she is a member, that kind of gives you the idea of the caliber of individuals that are part of this like multifaceted conclave, which is is severely intimidating.
So, I do worry what we tell her, if we can even pretend not to tell her what we know.
I don't think we could.
So, what do we do if we know that we are trapped in a situation in which we cannot win, so to speak, but we know we
Seems
have
like
to
it.
go?
Well, Tamron, once again, you realize that perhaps the only verbal power or knowledge power you have is that of the specific of as to why she summoned you. It seems to be the more you talk about this, realizing just how powerful that leverage may be. Unless she has unless she has some sort of ability to take knowledge from your mind without your consent, you know things that she doesn't know.
Right.
And that's why she wants to know.
So,
I'm afraid she's going to use magic to get it out of me somehow.
I know.
Most likely. I'm just being real.
So, no, you're right, Scoop.
Can we erase my mind ahead of time with some magic?
You
Can we make me
erase-
dumb?
It takes out a bat.
Yeah.
That's
There are spells
What?
out there. that you can do that.
I
There is
just don't
magic
know
you
what
can
it is. I don't have that.
Would she
spell. That's
detect
all.
those kind of spells though?
It's one way to find out.
Blunt trauma.
I
mean,
don't
we
even
got
think that
some
would
thinking
work,
to
right?
do.
Because if it's like, you probably heal him and just still get the information out of him.
yeah, I mean, healing's
I
pretty
don't know
simple.
how much. Yeah, I don't know how powerful things can get.
She's been around that long.
Regardless, I think you realize that you are now inevitably and without your control wrapped up in something that is far greater than you. And there's not a whole lot of options to you. I mean, you could just go fuck off if you want, but you realize that you're part of this now. Nakano, I think that you have this only Kilroy type of view as the lights go down in the entire place as Mima starts to blow out the candles and give you what looks like a massive handle of moonshine and a bunch of like warm blankets and like other linens as like, you know, they've been doing their thing in this house and listening to the conversation and you've been of the thing, but you know, it's their home and they know that you're gonna leave soon and they're just like, you know, looks like you need some fucking sounds like you need some fucking alcohol and sounds like you need some road rations and whatever it is that we can do to help. So they do that and then they bow out and they
That's
continue.
So nice.
But Nakano, once Machini says the word Dorkennen Rai, you feel that shiver down your spine as you're like, that makes so much sense now. Of course she was a Dorkennen Rai. How could I not see that? And you know of these people that are just, if you see them, you're dead. That's it. And they're a myth because the story goes that nobody who's seen them has survived. And it's like also one of those things where you're like, ooh, wouldn't it be great to be that powerful? Wouldn't it be great to be that effective with that thing? Kind of like a bit of a sadistic role model, kind of like, you know, gruesome type of role model. Maybe Nakano thinks that, maybe not. But you are realizing that if all of this is to be true, if you step out of line in this situation, if you're going to go into this, and these people are the conclave's like fixers, you need to be very careful, and you are the one to be looking out for threats if you're going to be taken care of, and you have to be on hypervigilance, high alert, because now you realize one of the most important things about being a death dealer and being on the hunt is that now you have someone's attention, and that is it's exactly where you don't want to be.
Is there any major questions you want to ask?
Yeah, you said you wanted to do sendings. Now's the time.
Well, we just need to know
I
where
mean-
the Sudamura Burrow is, right?
Cool.
That's
I'll save you
one.
some time. You can if you want to drop a 3rd level spell and do a sending. Is that what you want to do?
No. I meant like, to my god. Yes or no questions.
Okay, you want to do like an augury?
Commune.
You want to do a commune? Okay, what's
Mhm.
your question?
That's the one I'm asking. I'm
Yeah.
not asking to go first.
I mean, I think I don't know. Like, I feel like we are forced to go see Lady Masha no matter what. Yes, if we're to survive.
Seems like it.
But
Or she's gonna keep trying to kill me and my family.
right. But maybe
Fair
your
enough.
god can foresee whether we should go to her or the bird poop first. Maybe. Just an idea. Who should we go to? We can push off, maybe with some social graces, Lady Masha. I don't know what machinations are happening with the bird poop. Though. It's one question.
What's your question? As you kind of look around for like something to help commune with, because like it really helps to be part of the sea or in some salt water and stuff like that, and you as you're talking about it. No fret just kind of gives you a tin mug with some water that has some salt in it.
What level is this? Oh, it's a fucking 5th. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's a big boy. It's a big drop, big boy. But it's like a lot.
I thought it was
of
a 4th.
info,
Okay.
possibly.
Yeah, let's go with Michene's
You have a couple
question.
questions, don't you? You get like a
Yeah,
couple.
up to 3.
Okay. So, what are you asking? From the
Should we
mistress
go
of
to-
madness of the deep.
I thought we. Yeah.
Whatever you want to call it. I don't remember what it was, so
Yeah.
I just don't remember.
I don't even think we put a name.
Yeah. Whatever. How do you
Sorry.
want to address it?
Should we see Lady Ehrenbach or go to the markings on the map you put on with poop? Bird poop.
Very a scoop-like question. Perfect. There is a moment where the salt water starts to boil and scalds your hand almost as you have to pull your hand out of the cup. And there is your thumb and your pinky tip of your finger. However, only those tip joints are the ones that appear to be burned. Only those two. And you kind of like, you guys have had the map out on the table while you're looking at this. So like, oh, if we go there, it's going to have to take this long. If you go here in this time.
It's the
And as you,
distance between
Is the distance between, well, it is
where to go.
It's technically the distance between Sarnle and the CrestVahllen atoll if you put your hand down.
That same distance.
Like
Mhm.
between his pinky tip and his hand
Yeah.
tip, because the map's small, but it's still hundreds of thousands of miles, or however many miles. It's like a massive, unfathomable distance.
But she's doing it to his hand.
She did it to her hand, like it's pretty much like saying, "This
Scale.
is who knows." Like that. That's like you kind of like get the feeling that's like there's kind of a feeling of up to you, but this is how far it is away from you. If you have the means to do this type of thing, then do the thing. What's your second question? It's more just being it's that friend that say, hey, whoa, just so you know, before you make any rash decisions, this is how far it is. You just so you know, I'm just sharing information. They're just like sharing information. They're not trying to they can't make the decision for you. They're just letting you know that you have all the information. It's pretty much saying it's a fuck ton long way. If you have a way of traversing it, then whatever.
What are years? What's the name for years in
It's just a year. It's fine. Just a
Okay.
year.
Is Lady Ehrenbach over 3,001 years old?
Oh, what a fucking amazing question.
Hey,
God
yo.
damn it. Yo. Oh, shit. Okay, so now I have to roll to see if your deity would even know.
I mean, but she ought to know, right? If she's such a deity.
Okay, so here's the deal. The deity. Okay, so you put your hand back in the cup of the salt water, and you don't sense bubbling. It gets really, really cold, and then warm, and then really, really cold again, and then warm, and then really, really cold again, and then you smell sulfur, and you feel something in your hand that's kind of solid, and you pull it out, and it looks to be like this some sort of calcified or something. And you're familiar with this is because you're just so in tune with the ocean and the nature. Like this is the type of material that sometimes there's pockets of gas that are stuck under permafrost or under the bottom of the ocean that have been stuck there for perhaps thousands, if not tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, if not millions, if not billions of years that get perhaps dislodged by either movement or geothermal changes or global warming or just any type of other thing just any type of disturbance that have been there for so long. And then the pockets of gas open up and those pieces of like float to the top and they just sit there, and it's super freaky because people just looking at it don't know where this shit came from and they think there's like something under there. But it's just stuff that is there. It's just like calcified gas that is there. And it's also, flammable, highly flammable, and it burns like black or it burns like a different color. And you pick it up and you're like, what the fuck? How the fuck did that just come from a cup of salt water? And you're realizing that, like, holy shit, she's trying to tell me something that's like, it's really fucking old. And she's trying to give me a comparison of that, like this thing in your hand may be how she is old, like the primordial, primeval, part of the elements, old as you could ever like think of, and that she could possibly be synonymous some type with that. Like she, like this is the best way for her to tell, for your deity to tell you that they are one of the oldest things that you can fathom. Granted, you're well aware that the elves came as just you've had discussions because as just basic knowledge and basic lore, the elves came from the Famors at some time and then they evolved and became what they are today. So the world itself did not have elves in it at some point, but you get the idea that ever since elves were present on this, if they're that old, the earliest time that she could be that would be anywhere near close to how old like this piece of like mineral is in your hand would be when the elves first came from the Famor. And so she could very well be since the elves were very first introduced into Vontiria.
Is Lady Ehrenbach trying to kill or poison Tamarin or his family?
Ooh.
I mean, it seems like she was to get my attention, right?
You reach your hand into the salt water yet again, and you feel a very painful sting as you pull something out, and you wrench your hand out, and something solid clatters across the floor as it gets flung out of the cup. And it, as you kind of like go over closer to it, and you see like the sound of it was probably like some sort of chitin against the wooden floor. And you look and you see a frog that looks past, maybe dead, but like freshly, with a scorpion stinger stuck into its back. And you're reminded of the parable of the scorpion and the frog. The scorpion says, take me across the river. And the frog says, okay, I'll take you across the river, but you got to promise not to sting me. And I said, okay, cool, I promise. I'm like, they're like, no, really, like, you cannot sting me. I'm like, I get it. I understand. Why would I sting you? If I sting you while we're crossing the river, we both die. Why would I do that? And the frog's like, are you sure? He's like, the scorpion's like, yeah. Why would I do it? Of course I wouldn't sting you. Frog gets halfway across the river, scorpion stings them. And as the frog is dying and they're both drowning, the frog says, what the hell? You said you wouldn't sting me. And, and the scorpion says, I'm sorry. It's in my nature.
And still lives.
And still lives. You get the sense of nature of deception, nature of betrayal, nature of doing whatever, any means necessary to get what it is that they want. And perhaps not even being consciously in control of it.
Right.
So now comes the time. What do? You've been given supplies, kisses, hugs from your family, plenty of alcohol, rations.
Nakano, what do you think? You've been a little quiet in all these conversations. What's your impressions? You are the smartest out of all of us. What's the most tactical maneuver here?
Well. So, based on what we know, do we still want to go? What's
Sunlow.
yeah?
Do I want to?
Yeah.
No.
Do you need to? That's
Do we
need
have to?
Yeah. Do we have to go there?
It's just a matter of when. I think at this point, yeah.
Yeah,
The more I
Oliver.
delay, the more I
Oliver
feel like
Vicky.
she's gonna try to kill my family.
I don't think-
Right.
Why do you? Yeah.
But she was trying to kill your family even before you
Yeah, I
arrived
feel
to the island.
How very prescient night of her.
Considering
But
she
why
was
would she
sick
be
Why-
trying to
before you
kill
even
me
showed
with?
up.
Maybe we just send them a message.
If she really wants to know the information that I have, why is she trying to kill me?
So nobody
Just-
else can
you
get the
also know
information?
how powerful she is. If she wanted to kill you, she
She
would
would've-
just. If
She would
was
have
part
just
of the
killed
conclave,
me
She would have
so
just sent
easy.
the Gordor Cannon right
Yeah,
after you.
true,
Yeah.
true.
She wanted you sick
Maybe sick and
to
wanting
have
the
leverage.
yeah, wanting you to come to her,
Oh,
right? No matter what.
yeah, because
So, the only
we knew that
person-
she maybe had the cure. She had the good berry wine, whatever the hell.
Right, exactly.
Yeah,
she's just gonna
Nakano
keep
figures that
doing
out.
that,
She's
though.
like, obviously, this is like a basic tactic. Nakano like looks at all of you. And is like, are you stupid? This is obviously why she did this thing.
I mean, given the
Nakano
foreplan,
cracks the case.
given the foreplanning here, I wouldn't be surprised if she had backup measures down the line if we were.
Yeah,
able
for
to
sure.
do it,
And also,
you know?
like, she knows that I love my family, and she knows that I would
Dude,
she would use my family as leverage, and she's gonna keep doing that unless I go. And so I have to go. I have no choice.
Right. So, what do we have a choice in with that?
What
Obviously,
information we tell her, I guess, right?
yeah, exactly. Do you?
She doesn't know what I know.
She doesn't.
What's something that we can give her that's not really important? I
mean-
can I just maybe I could be like,
Well-
look what I'm working on in my thesis, and it's just like nothing information, just like
I mean,
You
still,
know?
You gotta give her like
yeah.
busy work.
yeah,
She's-
yeah.
If she's as old,
I'm writing an epic poem about
you know, if she's as old as
elves.
if she's as old as she's as it's purported, she's gonna suss that out, man. You know, like you can tell when a fake reference is there, or like a really shitty reference.
It's just a love
a-
song for Duna.
Yeah.
Can I just take the information that I have and write the shittiest thesis ever? Like,
Do you want to do that right now?
Do you want to fail us both?
Or
yeah, can I just like write the shittiest, awful, most ignorant thesis?
Yeah, that's gonna take time.
So she's like, "Oh, this guy doesn't know shit." No, just like an outline, you know, just like a
you want to write a
Oh.
rubric? Yeah,
Yeah.
You can
not
do
a
Yeah, so
rubric,
she's like just an outline.
yeah,
So that she's like, "Oh, this guy is an idiot."
Yeah, because that's because she don't have magic.
yeah. You know
Yeah.
what? That's really interesting because Nakano has specialties in like forging papers and stuff.
Oh, that's true.
If you want to like roll a deception check at advantage with your charisma, you can. As you guys like all discussing this, go ahead and do that.
Deception at advantage.
Yeah, because Nakano's helping you, and you have like good charisma. So, yeah, Nakano would absolutely know how to like forge papers and shit.
And I could verify that these references you're making are baloney.
Yeah, I mean, because like the best lies are based in truth. Like you have so much information, you could make this like, if you roll well, you could make this extremely believable. That you're just like somebody who just stumbled and fell into information that they are trying to do, which isn't necessarily
add
not
a,
the truth,
add a
but
D4
that
because
you
it's
don't
guidance.
know what you know now.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can I use some of my sorcery points to do something? What was that thing that I could do with my sorcery? Something.
You mean the chaos thing? The
No.
the
Bend luck.
there's Ben Luck, and then there's Tides of Chaos.
No, I don't need to do that. I think.
When another
you-
creature you can see makes an attack roll, an ability check, or saving throw, not you. You can't do it to yourself.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, for real.
Well, I think I've been fucking that up a couple times.
Well,
You can do Tides of
Okay.
Chaos to re-roll.
it's okay.
If I re-roll, do I have to re-roll both of them, or can I just re-roll one of them?
You gain advantage on the roll, so you already have advantage.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really do anything.
Okay. So I'm adding a D4.
Yeah.
And the D4, and if it's really terrible,
This is
It's not terrible. Not terrible.
okay. I mean, I could still do it anyway.
Yeah, you guys got a lot of world inspirations today too. Anyway.
22.
22.
Do you want to add
I
another
don't know why
D4?
you were concerned.
Add
Can I add
one.
another D4?
You can. I can be like, you know what? No, there's another way. Flipping through the multiverse.
Jesus Christ.
The spell. The auspicious
Fuck.
warning. Add a D4 reaction to your.
Did you use guidance? Because I could do
This
that.
is gonna be against Lady Masha's insight too.
Can I get another D4 for a
Yeah,
guidance?
I mean, like if it's no, it's because if you cast guidance,
It's one guidance, but
it can't be
if
from
we
the same.
if we
spell.
say that a scoop cast the guidance and I just did the auspicious warning,
That's
then
fine.
it's fine.
That's fine.
Okay.
So you still get
2D4.
2d4 basically added onto that.
Either
So we're
one.
at 22. Now we're at 23.
Well, you know, it's better than
23.
nothing.
Yeah.
Sean, I want you to write 23 down for your Tammy is stupid notes somewhere. Write that. I want you to write that down just so we know that, because there's most definitely going to be her insight across your notes to whether she believes if you're just an idiot or she thinks you're trying to hide something at some point. But yeah, you make it extremely believable. It's like you can't tell if it was made by ChatGPT or just.
I'm going to come in
doesn't know
so
how to write
excited. Be
shit.
like, look, Masha, look what I did. Put it on the fridge.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, cool. You're able to do that. You feel like you've done everything you can do before you do this thing. Are you headed out? You guys have to make a decision now.
Yeah, I guess so.
I think we
Okay.
need to for a couple days, and you know what? Hopefully your deception holds. That's fine. In the meantime, we can maybe like learn a little bit more about Sunlo and all this stuff, and we can figure out a little bit more of what's going on, bigger picture, and go back to the bird poop, because that's also a very big picture.
Cool. So you head into Tamarin's room. You move. the
Wait,
bed
where do
over
we
to
send the
bed.
palm bringer, though?
Yeah, well,
Do you-
they're going to Shylong first, and they're going to the poop, I
Yeah.
believe,
So maybe Shylon.
because they
just
gotta they gotta sell some stuff. They gotta sell some cannons or place some cannons at Shylong.
Yeah, you would have no
Okay.
way to get to.
That's
your
the
ship
thing. We
if
have
you
to.
do
We have
so.
to. We have to. They have to meet up with the Sudamabura.
Demi, would there be a way to make for you to make?
As you mentioned before, you
anything?
could go across land after you get to Namang if
Right.
the Sotobabora is there.
Would there
And
be
So
a
then,
way?
if they just stay in Long Deck,
Yeah, you could leave them in Long Deck.
Right.
It's up to you, but you have to decide like now.
Either that, or do you have the capabilities to like make it so that we could go back to our ship, or no? Is that not within your? Okay, that's fine.
Unless you have like word of recall. It's a cleric spell. It means if you set up a shrine on your ship, you can just teleport back to your ship.
That might be. Is that on the new?
No, that is a vanilla spell.
So, but you could prepare it for that day, especially if we're planning this, because it's not just a complete reaction anyway. We are thinking
Mhm.
about this.
Yeah, no, it could be something that you've been doing throughout the day. I'd absolutely be able to give it to you. It's a 6th level spell. You don't have access
Yeah,
to
I
it
don't
yet.
have it.
Yeah, not yet. So, are you keeping the ship here or are you sending it out? You have to decide now.
I think we should keep it here. Do we know the Sudamabura is in Namang?
You don't know yet because you did not send to them.
Scoop, do you want to send and ask, and then we can send them along or not? If we
Yeah,
don't,
sure.
yeah.
Okay,
I'm just asking if they're there.
sure. I'll save you some time. They are literally docking right now
Nice.
in Namung right now.
I think it's best to keep our ship here, and then we travel by land is faster than traveling by sea. I think, right?
Possibly.
And going
Yeah.
around that fort and all that dangerous shit.
Yeah. Maybe there's even a way that, who knows? I don't know these islands as well as you do, but maybe there's even a way by air or some other
Oh.
means.
Maybe. Yeah.
I don't know.
It's possible. I mean, you do remember that Mindy's boarded an airship from the Razorfang
Yeah.
to like head the fuck out.
I mean, if we do find Lady Masha, maybe she'll be, okay with us and just send us back, or annoyed, whatever it is, and she'll be like, "Oh, where do you want to go?" And we'll be like, "Oh, we want to go back to our ship." And she'll be like, "I know exactly where that is. Don't worry about it," because she's
Mima
so
comes up to you
powerful.
and just kind of taps you on the shoulder, like, "Hey, look, I heard you all discussing this for the past like 5 hours.
I know.
I think it's time to either shit or get off the pot.
shipper. Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's just it makes sense. Like you can only talk. You can talk a certain things to death, but you gotta do a thing. I mean, I love you all. You're great, but like, if you're gonna do something, do it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Did you take your vitamins today?
You don't fucking patronize
No,
me. I'm like
I-
200 years older than
No,
you.
you're
know
like
that?
400 years older
Yeah,
than me.
probably
I'm
somewhere
like
around there.
17. You know.
Oh shit! Fuck! You should not touch her. Don't.
I'm an adult. I don't.
Okay.
You're
all right.
17.
Yeah.
Mahitan age
lived-
far more rapidly than other races.
They
Oh,
only
wow.
live to about 60-ish.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I really am like quarter life-ish. If you were to equate it to human years, I'm
Yeah.
late 20s.
Yeah.
But I'm 17.
All right. So I heard you talking about how you need to like draw something and you need a lot of room to do it. I
Yeah.
moved your bed out of your room. There's plenty of
Oh.
room there. If you're gonna fuck it
Thank
up,
you.
you're gonna fuck up your own room. All right. Sorry.
Perfect.
You were moving furniture?
Yeah. You were
What?
talking for like 5 hours.
Yeah, but still.
You need to be careful about
Yeah.
A
what
bunch
you're
of like
lifting.
rituals. We gave you like salt water. You boiled. You threw a scorpion and a frog across the room. Like
No
come on.
threats. Did you help her with lifting the heavy furniture? at
I didn't
least?
let her lift a single thing.
Good.
She just says she wants to do it because you
Okay.
shut
No
the
Fred's
fuck up.
turning into Trump.
Yes, ma'am.
Just
No.
if there was a moment, there was a slight,
Sorry.
Got there a little bit.
a little bit.
little
But so
touch.
if you guys want to do teleportation circle, now's the chance.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. So you draw the circle of Sarnla, or is the one that you were given. It takes you 10 minutes. Is everybody leaving? Is anybody else coming with you? Her, Captain Avery,
Oh.
anybody else?
We
Is it
should.
just y'all?
Do you want to bring Heart? Do you guys? I know she's still kind of like a teenager, but she's kind of mighty and fierce.
I like having Hurt around.
You want to bring her? It's up to you. Do you want to bring her into this?
I mean, Captain.
It's up to
Avery
you, a
knows.
scoop.
Yeah.
I was going to say no. But that's up to her if she wants to. I think this is way beyond even her. Well, this is beyond all of us, so I don't want her to get killed.
Yeah. Maybe we have a conversation with her.
Can we just say
She
we
is
did this a
getting-
little bit before?
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
We just
You
did
could
that,
talk
okay.
to her. She'll be like, she's kind of on the fence about it because she's also like still technically a child, and she's also like she's looking at Captain Avery and looking at the ship and looking at her responsibilities as Captain Hurt Thorn, and she's looking at you guys, the people she owes her life to, but also like her closest friends and everything, and she's torn.
Can I suggest a really good spot for this? There's the blacksmith is also a really good baker.
Okay, cool.
Keep it
Sure,
a secret.
you guys can
but,
be eating like turtle pastries while
Yeah.
this is happening, but
Yeah.
I mean, she's going to be very susceptible to influence at this moment because she's torn. She's wants to help you, and she's like weighing her personal things of being a captain and wanting to help you at the same time. Like she doesn't know what to do.
What do you feel most happy about doing?
Freedom.
I mean, that's still either way.
I mean, like being able to forge my own path in life, I guess, because I've been like ever since I started it, I haven't been had control over anything.
So what? It seems like you like being a captain. Do you want to stay with the ship and continue to captain the ship?
I don't know. I don't have a metric to compare it to, I guess. But I also would hate myself if anything happened to you.
We can take care of ourselves.
I know you can, but I need you to say it. I need you to let me do it.
You should stay and captain if that's what you want to do.
Okay.
I just. Devil's argument, if you will. What do you actually want us? What do you want? What do you want, Hurt, out of life? No slut.
I want to be the main character in my story.
It's fair.
I guess. I want to try to. I mean, like, I'm so happy being a guest star, but like,
Yeah. Do you?
Captain Avery is kind of
He can teach you some things.
what he is, but I mean, he's
Yeah.
surprisingly wise at
Yeah.
the same time.
Yeah. Take the bits from him that you can. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then.
Grains
yeah.
of sand.
Yeah, exactly. And then forget the misogynistic kind of bullshit that he has. You
Oh
know?
no! Yeah, every time he does so, I actually put a hole in one of his peg,
nice.
so that like,
Perfect.
eventually he'll just like collapse and fall if he's being
I-
too much of a pain in the ass.
I love it. Okay. So
I keep a tally.
I know.
It almost looks like Swiss cheese now.
It's kind of funny. It's really great.
No,
What?
it's gonna be great funny.
So, if you want to be the main character, these are the options in front of you. What would you like to do instead?
Where do you need the ship? And I'll take it there.
I mean, we were thinking staying here would be easier,
You got
right,
it.
Tammy?
You got it.
I
How
think
about
so. Yeah.
I'm gonna do a couple. How about I do this? Long deck is unprotected, obviously,
Sure.
and you just fucking killed a bunch of Red Lion Syndicate because there's no way they're not gonna send some other people here or something to try to take care of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, they're,
So how
they're
about we
gonna
stay
be
here
fucking
and we
mad.
protect Long Deck?
That's great.
We do what those fucking people
Help
over
set up those
in,
cannons.
Yeah.
yeah, absolutely. We're gonna help out set up those cannons. We're gonna set up on this ship, and if we do pretty much what they're doing up in Jianhar, try to make sure that this is their own place under their own rule. And then when
Yeah.
you need us, we'll move. And then and because by that time we'll probably have this place to be able to defend itself.
I mean, I feel like your parents might be also a good contact for.
My
Hurt?
parents?
No.
You?
No.
Mine.
Tammy's
Cameron's.
parents. To also be a good
Oh,
contact
yeah,
to
I
kind
mean-
of work
I mean,
with.
You mean Grammy and
you.
Grandpa?
Yeah. Mima.
Yeah,
Grandmima.
and Dude Mima. You got it.
Yeah.
Bald Mima.
Mima and Meepaw.
Meepaw.
Meepaw. Sure. Yeah. I'm
They're-
not gonna call him that, but sure, Meepaw.
No, but they're still tough cookies. They'll
You got
be
it.
Fine.
You got it.
Yeah. Talk
All
to
right,
them.
go. Come on. I get the sense that you're about to piss yourself because you're so scared and anxious, and I don't need that energy here because there's a bunch of other people that are really scared. So
Thanks, Hurt.
I hug her.
Yeah. I'll hug her after a scoop too.
Damn.
she hugs you real hard, and she like kind of like takes one of her daggers, and she just like slightly, just a tiny, like a millimeter,
Love
just like
stab.
stabs just a little stab in the back, like of love, just a little stab in the back of love to each of you. It's like, now you got a scar, so you know that I love you so much. It's gonna be there forever.
You still
I'll,
got Tamari's rib.
I'll touch it and be, just be like, all right.
All right, get the fuck off my ship.
Yeah, all right. You know what? Fuck you too, man. All right, let's go.
Yeah, fuck you.
Fuck you.
Fuck
Fuck
you.
you. All right. Bye. Love you. See you again.
Love you too. Fuck you.
All right. Fuck you.
All right, you guys set up the transportation circle and you head off. The four of you step in and you, for a moment, travel through the well wall continuum, something very similar as you get sucked through. But it is only for a brief moment before you reappear in a darkened area with vaulted high Gothic ceilings of stone, candles lit throughout, and there is an individual of as you hear like hard leather soled shoes clicking and clocking through the dark, long hallway interior of something in the darkness. And you can only see as they approach from 60 feet away. Those of you that have dark vision can be able to see this, what looks like close-eyed half-elven individual that holding nothing but a mirror upon their arms that approaches. and they just stand there. Your arrival has not been a surprise. There's nobody else here except for this. You're at the end of a dead end, and of this beautiful kind of like, not Renaissance, but before like Gothic. Just there's gargoyles and stones. The meticulous, tiny little all of these details of every little buttress, every little windowsill. It's all there, but there's no windows that appear to go to the outside. And this person's holding this mirror, and they approach you, and then you just stand there as you like taking a moment to breathe from the transport. There's this small cloud that appears within the glass of the mirror before a face of some like haughty-taughty kind of elven individual appears. Like, well, hello. You have been expected. Yes.
Yeah, I'm really excited to meet Masha Ehrenbach.
Yes, I mean, you will do what I tell you to do when I do it, because yada be here for very too long. Yes, you are very excited to see her, as is everybody, of course.
Yeah, she's so
do
cool.
you want to freshen up before your meeting, or would you like to just get straight to it?
I'm good.
Yes, you are good, of course.
Whatever he
Not
would,
the word I would use compared to describing you, but sure.
whatever he would like to do. I feel like, we're here to serve.
I would like to get out of this mirror, but that's neither here nor there. Okay, so why don't you follow this individual that is carrying me, and we will take you to the audience, yes?
Yeah.
Sure.
Great, cool. Just so you are aware, there is no... how do I put this? Actually, you know what? Let's play a game. I'm not going to tell you what's not allowed, and you're just going to figure that out from the consequences. Yeah?
That sounds
How should-
fun. I like games.
I love games too, so how should I introduce you?
Well, I'm Tammy, and these are my friends.
No. Your entourage. How should I introduce you? I'm not
Oh,
going
we're
to
the
do each
baker's
person.
dozen.
You none of you have titles.
She knows who we are, I feel like, right? We're the baker's
This
dozen.
person, this mirror does not.
Oh, we're the baker's dozen.
The bake. Ew. The. The
13's lucky number.
Sorry, it gives me
13's
the
lucky.
drive heave. It's in my mouth. It's just the aesthetics of the word bakers.
It's because the baguette is a little too long for your mouth, I think.
So you are
You
the
should
beast
cut
of
it.
Shylong then,
should cut it.
yes?
Me? No.
Not
Yes.
me.
Not
No,
me.
not you. Not you. This one, the tall white one.
I know. He's.
Didn't want to say white, but who cares?
I'm just gonna stay quiet because that fucking freaks me out.
He's rather pale and a little shy, you know.
You will learn quickly that there's very little secrets in the state of the Ehrenbachs. Very well. Follow me, and something turns on their heels and continues down the hallway.
Sorry, what's your name? So
Me?
yeah. So we know we are the baker's dozen. Who are you? So we can.
My name is Mamari. Actually, I have it. Hold on. Let me just make sure I'm spelling it
Mamari.
correctly. My mouse is not cooperating even in the slightest. My name is Maramam. Maramam. Marraram. Marraram. Maramam.
Are we in a different day or?
Yeah. What's the day? Do you think? Probably like the 3rd or 4th of.
It is not my job to keep track of the days. You can talk to a clerk if you want that. I am I am far beyond that. Anyway, so you turn and you eventually follow this individual, and they lead you down the hallway, and that's where we're going to end for today. As you feel just this kind of pressure of darkness and other stuff around you, you are in the presence of power and greatness. You have been transported across hundreds of thousands of miles, and you're in the lion's den.
Yes,
Wee.
very much.
Great. So that's where we're going to end it. Thank you guys for sticking around. I know we ran very, very, very late. But as always, thank you so much for watching. We love you very much. And as always, stay safe out there. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.